Hello, everyone. Happy Halloween and happy early Dia de los Muertos. I'm Bettina Fisher, Director of Educational Initiatives at the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Thank you all for joining us for our 6th annual Careers in Film Summit. And since we can't see you all, if you can, please put in the chat box where you're from or what school you attend. Last weekend, we held our first virtual science and technology edition that focused on post-production careers. And if you missed it, you can find an encore presentation on the Academy's YouTube channel. Today's program will focus on Halloween and the horror genre. For our first panel, we have animators, a story artist, a character designer, an art director, and producer for the animated films Hotel Transylvania, The Book of Life, and The Nightmare Before Christmas. And you don't want to miss the conversation afterwards with the iconic John Carpenter, whose film Halloween is still scaring audiences some 40 years later. Then after lunch, we have above and below the line filmmakers from horror films such as The Wolfman, The Nun, It Chapter 2, Saw, Get Out, The First Purge, among others, who will give you a glimpse into their jobs and what it takes to do them. I encourage you to visit our resources page from today's event at oscars.org for the panelists' bios and additional information on programs such as our Student Academy Awards, where you can see this year's winning shorts. You can also find out about the Academy Gold Summer Internship and Mentoring Program. And if you're a writer, maybe consider applying for the Nickel Fellowship in Screenwriting. There are also some great Academy original shorts about various film careers and our new Academy Dialogue series, all at oscars.org. So now let's get started. I have the pleasure of introducing our host for the day, Mike Muse. Mike has been a friend and partner of the Careers in Film Summit since 2015. He is the host of SiriusXM's award-winning show, The Mike Muse Show, and co-host of Sway in the Morning. And recently, he was named ABC News contributor for ABC News Live and the Good Morning America family. Please help me welcome Mike Muse.
Bettina, what's happening? Happy Halloween, my friend.
Hi.
I love your background. I don't know how you are the coolest person. I unfortunately just got a pumpkin for today, but I'm super excited for today, Bettina. Welcome everyone. I am so excited that you guys have came back for day 2. We are in for a treat. I see the chats going already. What's up, everybody? So I want to establish a few things. Yes, we are live. I saw you said this is a proper recorded. Nope. So this is proof that we're live. I saw you say that this is recorded. Shout out to everyone from last Saturday, #Sat1. Those are the homies. Y'all are my tribe, I said. So for the newbies, I love how you guys are calling yourselves the newbies already. You guys are in for a treat. Just relax. Let all the old hands from last week guide you in this process. I'll be getting on my Instagram handle a little bit later on. I'll be in the chats with you so you guys can follow me and keep up with me on Instagram. And I'll give you guys your own hashtag. Maybe. I got to see how the newbies are doing. So I'll let the old heads, Sat1, y'all let me know if I should give the newbies a hashtag as well. I love that you guys are loving the Book of Life. That seems to be like the most popular movie that you guys were vibing with. And yes, I saw someone ask this is a focus group. I'm actually looking at this as a focus group, so keep it coming. And I didn't see University of Michigan in there. I saw so many other schools in there that Bettina asked for, but there was nobody from University of Michigan. So if anybody's out there who goes to University of Michigan, my alma mater, just say, go blue for me one time. Listen, I'm excited for today. It's our Halloween edition. It's the first time we've done this. I'm super stoked about it. You know, I live in New York City and we have the biggest Halloween parade. I think we go battle toe to toe with Hollywood's parade. And so unfortunately we can't do it this year for COVID. So this is my celebration here today, being with you guys right now. So listen, enough of me. You guys are here for some amazing panelists and animation. Animation is always my favorite panel to watch. I think animation is the coolest genre. The advancements of what's happening in animation is amazing. The technology is amazing. And animation just isn't for kids anymore, right? It's for folks like us, my tribe, people like you. And listen, I couldn't introduce a better moderator than Mr. Randy Haberkamp. Randy is the best at this moderating when it comes to animation. This is Randy's favorite panel, I think, every single year. And Randy has been such a great advocate for our Careers in Film Summit that we do with Bettina and I. Great supporters. So thank you so much, Randy. Randy, really quickly, he's a fantastic human being. Besides being a fantastic human being, he is a Senior Vice President of Preservation and Foundation Programming for the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, i.e. the Oscars. He has direct oversight for the Academy's library, the Academy Film Archive, and public program. Randy's a serious dude, but a fun dude. You are going to absolutely love him. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome my friend, Mr. Randy Haberkamp. What's up, Randy?
Welcome everybody to the All Things Animation panel. We're really happy to have you with us here today. My name is Randy Haberkamp, as Mike told you, and I'm happy to have a really wonderful group of people. I can't animate or draw or do anything to save my life, but I think animation is one of the wonders of cinema, and I think it also goes back to the really early days of cinema, with visual storytelling being so primary. And I think that's one of the reasons that animation lives so long, is that there is this strong visual development that goes on, and this very strong idea of communicating in a universal language of visual characters and their reactions, and the whole idea of that we're really one big world. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to start off, I'll talk to each of you individually. We have 3 different films here, which all have kind of a little bit of a seasonal feel to them. We have, you know, A Nightmare Before Christmas, which has both Halloween and Christmas as its centerpiece. We have Hotel Transylvania and that series, which has a very spooky Halloween feel to it. And we have The Book of Life, which has its own culture, its own holiday, which it brings to the forefront in a really wonderful and very specific way. So really happy to celebrate. In the time when we're all stuck at home here, we can absolutely allow ourselves to think about something else for a while. For our first film, Hotel Transylvania, the series, 1, 2, 3, 4, which is in production now, we have the producer and currently the executive producer of Hotel Transylvania 4, Michelle Murdocca. Michelle, thank you very much for being here. Good to see you.
Hi, Randy. Thank you for having me. It's nice to be here.
Our pleasure. And we also have Jennifer Kluska, who's currently directing with Derek Dryman, Hotel Transylvania 4. The interesting story here is that this is her directorial feature debut, and she started as a story artist and also worked on Transylvania 2 and 3. So she has familiarity with the universe of the film, and at the same time has gone on to a different position. So happy to talk to you about that. Michelle, let's start with you. Just some very basic questions. You know, first of all, how did you get interested in animation, but also how did you kind of evolve into, you know, being somebody who said, I want to produce that, or I want to be a producer? What was the pathway, and what was the, you know, the attraction for you?
I started in live action, and I was the visual effects producer and then associate producer on Stuart Little 1 and 2. And I just loved the medium of animation. You know, we had an animated main character, and it was really my entree into animation. And from there, I just kind of fell in love with it and really wanted to maintain, you know, doing animation and moving into a full animated world.
Great. So what was it about animation, moving from live action into animation specifically, that you had to adapt? And what are the things that are very much the same for you? Give us an idea of why you think you're able to be good at both, as opposed to why some people might find animation daunting, perhaps.
Well, I think creatively they're similar. However, in animation, I think you have more flexibility because you are, you know, you're not going out and shooting, your footage and then coming back and editing it, and you're kind of stuck with what you have. What I love about animation is that you're so flexible. You can change as you go. And part of the process of animation that's quite different from live action is that, we will go ahead and storyboard over and over and over, even while we're in the process of production. And we can scrap whole sequences and start a whole new sequence in the middle of production. And that's really hard to do in live action. And I think some of the skill sets that are similar are working with actors. Sure, you're working with them in a different way, but, working with actors is similar, getting performances, all of the rest of what happens on a film, music, sound, all of that is very similar. I think that we use them in very similar ways. So there's a lot of crossover, but animation really offers you the opportunity to continuously hone your film up until the very, very end.
So if you're talking to a group of students and they're going over what they're interested in doing, what are the things that you think make a good producer, or that you particularly think makes you such a strong producer?
Well, I think one of the main things I think is being able to collaborate. There is a lot of collaboration. Making an animated movie, making any movie, is really, a huge collaboration with a large group of people. You have the studio who has their needs, who wants their movie, and then you have directors who are tasked at creatively putting that movie together. The producer is kind of the go-between, and then you have writers, and then from that everything kind of falls underneath. So I think being able to collaborate is one of the main things that that makes a good producer. Collaboration, paying attention to detail, being very focused, but also being able to see the big picture. Often a producer needs to step back, and see the big picture. Is this story working? Are we delivering the promise of the premise and the theme? And are we creating an entertaining movie? And so, the producer is large part of that process, but also bringing the whole group that are responsible for making the movie together to make sure that we're staying on task.
Great, thanks so much.
Sure.
So Jennifer, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about, first of all, tell me what a story artist is and what your entry level into that was, and what that meant to in kind of your daily life. There's so many titles that get thrown around in movie making, and I think not all of them are as easily understood. So how does the story artist fit into the chain of production?
Right. So story is an interesting process, because it's definitely one that none of it really, like what you're producing on a day-to-day level, the drawings you're doing, nothing makes it up on screen, but it's sort of the core of the movie. So the story artist's job is really to work with the script and the director and sort of visualize the director's vision for the movie. And they lay out in a real way the whole sequence. They kind of have to be editors, actors. They're sort of like the first kick at the can for what this movie is actually going to visually look like. And again, their goal really is to put the director's vision on there, but also you put a lot of yourself in as well. You can pitch gags, bring a lot to plus what's on the page. Like everything in animation is very additive. You're always sort of adding to the next process, because nothing exists. Like it is completely built up from the ground. How I got into story, there's a fast story and an interesting story to that. The fast one is that I was in the DreamWorks story internship program out of college, where it sort of finds people who have a real affinity for storyboarding, and sort of introduces them into the production process. The interesting story goes back all the way to high school. I was always one of those kids who drew, and in Canada at the time, there was sort of like a 13th extra grade. And part of this extra grade was you could take a co-op course. And I ended up taking almost like a work placement course in an animation studio. And it was basically pegging, like making safety copies of key animation to send overseas. It was a very sort of monotonous job, but I sort of ran into my supervisor there a little bit later, and he mentioned that they were moving studios. So I said, hey, I'll come help you move boxes. I'll help you move boxes. We'll move all these ridiculously heavy boxes of safety copied animation. Showed up, and the producer there said, hey, I remember you. You were here before doing stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm really interested in getting to animation. And she said, well, we've got this storyboard revisionist position opening. Why don't you come in and do that? So my first job was sort of doing the storyboard revisionist position. And it was great because I think when you're first starting out, when you're, getting out of high school or into college, you're very precious about doing beautiful drawings. Everything has to be perfect. And the great thing about starting at the revisionist stage is that you realize this has to work as part of the process. So when you start entering correcting or finding things that need to switch, either because the show needs to go a different way or for time or anything else, like it sort of really brings you into the filmmaking process in a really interesting way. And so that set me up as stories being something I was really interested in, focus on through college, and then eventually landed that internship at DreamWorks.
Fantastic. So what was it about, was animation your first love that you knew you wanted to do from a very early age, or is it something you discovered in a way? How did that process work?
I was definitely one of those kids who drew from, the age go, like continuously, always drawing. Of course, loved all animated movies, anything animated I could get my hand on, I adored, but I never really thought of it as, a job. My parents, were first sort of, in that first generation immigrant sort of family. My mother was a biochemist. My father was a businessman. It was sort of taken for granted that you would sort of go to university and get like a real job. And then kind of almost as a whim, in my last year of high school, I was going to go into economics, actually, was going to be the lane I went down. And I sort of on a whim thought like, I'll just apply to an animation school just on the side, just see what happens, just how it goes. And I got into Sheridan in Canada, and then that was like, and my parents were like, you know what, you should just do it. And I was like, yeah, you know what, let's give it a try, let's see what happens. And it was awesome to be able to take something that you don't think can be a career and really just realize, how creatively fulfilling it is and just how much you can do in animation.
So you talked about wanting to do these perfect drawings when you were younger, and then of course as you got into being a story artist, you realized that there was a shift in what was required of you. So what is it about animation and drawing for animation as a story artist that you think is a different skill that you need as opposed to doing the perfect drawing? What are the things what's the process in your head for that?
Well, I think, again, a lot of it is problem solving, to be honest. Like, your drawings aren't there to be pretty. They're there to be clear and to solve the problem at hand. Now, that problem might be, how do I get a character from A to B? Or it could be, how can I make this scene funnier or clearer or what have you? And I think in that same vein, there are a lot of different types of story artists. There are story artists who can barely draw, but whose ideas and whose gags are amazing. And there are other story artists who, they don't necessarily concern themselves with sort of the bigger story picture, but man, they can board an action scene like you've never seen. And so there's really a range of what story is, what the story artist brings, and what that process involves.
So what do you think about your training as a story artist made you ready for being a director, and how did that path work?
I think the thing I really like about story, and maybe this is going back to my almost being an economist background, is I like the problem solving of it. There's something really fun about finding an elegant solution and that fits into a box. And that, again, that can be anything. And as you're getting into production, those problems become tighter and tighter. Like if suddenly, let's say you're in Act 3 and you realize, oh, you know what, this emotional payoff isn't working. And it's usually because something in Act 1 is not working. You have to go in and find that story and find that surgical fix that will sort of let you domino all the way through the film. And sometimes that's not drawing. Sometimes that's just, just cracking at the story and just sort of being in a room with the story crew, with the director, and sort of finding, solutions for boxes. And that's really satisfying and really fun, where you can kind of just strip it back to what do I want to achieve in this moment, either for the whole film or just on a scene-by-scene basis.
Okay. So, Michelle, I'm going to ask you just real quickly to talk a little bit about Jennifer. As the executive producer and having been involved with the series all this time, what was the team looking for, and what do you think the skills are that Jennifer's bringing to the table that excites you as a producer?
That's a great question. So Jen, Jen and I worked together for quite a few years, and on Hotel Transylvania 2 and 3, first of all, Jen's drawings are amazing. Her storyboard style is just really just super user-friendly and cuts together very well. That's something that, is very interesting. As you have storyboards, you need to be able to cut together. You can get into editorial and just have this set of storyboards that just don't work, and Jen's always worked. So that was one thing. And Jen's voice is just unique, and she's funny, but she also has a lot of heart. So those were really, that's part of the franchise of Hotel Transylvania, is that it is a comedy with heart, and it is all about family at its core. So Jen just kind of always delivered. She always, especially, with Mavis, really delivered on Mavis sequences. And I personally felt like it was really important to have a female director on this movie, because we were definitely moving toward making it more Mavis-centric. And Jen was just the obvious choice for us. So yeah, we circled around and met with Jen a few times, and finally coerced her into coming back and becoming one of the directors on the film, and have been so grateful and appreciative of this experience.
Congratulations. We look forward to it, Jennifer. And Michelle, I think you're the only person maybe that can talk about acting. So because you play Spunky Skunk, is that right? Is that the voice you do?
I play one of the skunks in Open Season. And then I also do some voices for Hotel Transylvania. So yeah, what would you like to know?
Yeah, we'll just have to listen for that and see if it sounds like a producer skunk, or whether you're able to transcend and become an actor. Anyway,
well, I transcend. It's a little scary, but it happens.
Thank you very much.
Anyway,
we're going to move on now. We'll come back to you guys in a little bit, and thank you for your participation. Now we're going to talk to two of the filmmakers from The Book of Life from 2014. Jackie Koehler is worked on Moana, Ralph Breaks the Internet, and Frozen 2, and she is now working, and she also worked on Zootopia. So we'll talk to her in just a bit. Jackie, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
You worked as an animator, I believe. Is that your correct title?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go into the details of that in just a bit. Sandra Equihua is here as she's an illustrator, painter, and animated character designer, born in Tijuana, Mexico. Fantastic. In 1994, she founded the production company Mixopolis with husband and collaborator Jorge Gutierrez, who's the director of this film. So you two were a team for this project, among several others that you've done over the
I think we've worked together since we were 17. That's when I met him. So we've been together a lifetime. Yeah.
That's really fantastic. Let's talk a little bit about that, Sandra. What's about the collaborative process between you and Jorge makes it work, and where's the division of labor, and where's the overlap?
Wow, that's a lot of questions, but I'll try and bring it all down in a nutshell. I was fortunate enough to collaborate with Jorge since a very young age. And I think that one of the things that drew us together was our passion for the art form. Ever since we were very, very young, we realized that we really loved animation. We loved drawing. We loved painting. And as we grew together, as a couple and also as artists, we would back and forth. And I would give him ideas that I had been working on, and he would give me ideas that he was working on, and we would give each other information and back and forth. A lot of, information or advice that maybe one or the other needed. It's good working with your significant other, but at the same time, there can be a bit of a blurred line every now and then, because, you you go to work and then he's there, and then you come back and he's there, and then you have his kid and there it is. But it's wonderful because you keep growing as a team, you know. That's what Mixopolis is, and you could see it in all our projects, you know, like his presence is definitely there, and so am I. It's always a lovely marriage of both of our styles and our thoughts, and it's just great working with him as a...
I think that's really fantastic, and I think it's also something that, I'm sure that there are other people in your journey here that you've collaborated with, and I think animation is often seen as, this mysterious process, but I think it is so much about collaboration, maybe even more than other filmmaking, because I think it's such a long process in many ways that the idea of a team is so central. So who have you and Jorge relied on, and how do you find people and nurture people to be part of that team?
Well, we try and talk to as many people as we can whenever they need it. We have gotten a lot of questionnaires online. Students have emailed us. More than anything, Jorge really likes to do conferences so he can get to more people that way, instead of just receiving them slowly as a trickle. And one of the things we like to tell people, regardless of age, whether you be 5 years old or like 50, is start young, and always polish your craft, keep going, find motivation in anything that you can, whether it be books, a museum, trips, new experiences, movies, songs, whatever it may be. Just keep honing your craft, draw whatever you can. And when it comes to reaching out to the people that we need, they just have to be, I think it's very important, going back to what you were saying about the chemistry and the people that you work with, it's super important. Because if you don't have good chemistry in your team, not only is it going to reflect when you're going through the process of production, pre-production, production, and post-production, it's going to show up in the actual film. You're going to, as someone that's in the industry, you're going to notice when you're watching that movie or something, there was a hiccup there. Something happened here where there was like, we need a cleansing here, because there was something there that could have gone a lot more smoothly. And whenever we're in a project, and we try and work with people that have good chemistry. Whenever there isn't good chemistry, we try and talk together. We're kind of a very therapeutic team where we like to get down to the nitty gritty of okay, how can we make this work? What isn't working with you? How can we help you make this easier on you and on us, so we can get this production going nice and flowy, and come up with a good product in the end. So we try to surround ourselves with that good vibe so we can produce something of equal value.
Great. So you work primarily as a character designer and illustrator, and that's where you came from. I mean, obviously you've evolved into many other areas of the filmmaking process over the years.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Talk about being an illustrator and a character designer, and what specifically about that attracted you, or what were the strengths that you brought to that that made people say, yes, she can do this?
Oh, okay. So I started off as a graphic designer. I got my bachelor's in graphic design. I studied graphic design in Tijuana, Mexico. And at the time, I thought I really, really loved it. I thought it was my passion. But then I began to notice that there was other ramifications in the career, and a lot of it was illustration, industrial design, typographist, a bunch of other stuff. But I tended to gravitate more toward illustration. Something that kids are going to notice, or adults, even adults are going to notice, is that when they're leaving university or even high school, they're still kind of lost. We are kind of lost. We don't know exactly where we're headed. We thought we wanted one thing, but in the end, we're like, oh my gosh, I wanted to go and do this instead. So as I was graduating from graphic design, I kind of felt like I was cheating on my on what I studied, you know, all these years. And I started kind of cheating on graphic design with illustration. So I was fortunate enough to take tutelage for a semester, I believe. I think it was a semester at Art Center at night. And I had an amazing mentor, Rafael Lopez, who happens to be an amazing children's book illustrator. And he taught me the fastest course, but the most intense and richly filled course of technique and how to think up thoughts and put them into your paper. And that, like, I felt like I was putting more stuff in my arsenal. I had the graphic design, bullet, and now I had the illustration bullet. And then I thought to myself, do I really want to do illustration? And then it was like, Jorge kept looking at me and going, and I was like, why? What's going on? He's like, Sandra, don't you see it's character design? And I'm like, oh my gosh, you're totally right. I mean, I've been doing it since I was 5. I've always wanted to do this. And I was like, kind of like, you're the one, I'm in love. So I finally was like, yay, I get to do character design. And, a lot of people would say, this is another thing that really hit when I was, it's important to talk about it. When I was growing up, I had a very low self-esteem. I think as a lot of us as artists tend to have, like, our self-esteems are a little low because we're our worst judges, like we're always like going, gosh, this isn't good enough, or it has to be better, or I'm not going to show it until it's perfect. You got to get it out there. It's kind of what Jennifer was saying. It cannot be perfect. You have to get the idea out there, right? So I was very precious with my work as well. But Jorge was like, no, like you have to go out there and show your stuff. And you know what, from what I see, I really like how you work. And I think that we could work together well. I mean, we used to work together before, but now we work even tighter as a team. And he hired me mostly because he feels like I am his yin to his yang, and not only as his wife, but as a worker. If I was not good, Jorge would not even consider me for any of this stuff. Love is something, but working on a project that's like $1 million and more. It's a very expensive production. He's not going to hire me just because, oh, hey, you're my buddy or whatever. No, he's going to hire me because I am qualified for the project. So that's another thing. Believe in yourself, and put your work out there. Have people see it, and don't hold back. Just, show your stuff, strut your stuff, be proud of what you do.
Were you quiet as a kid?
I was not. I was very rambunctious.
Okay, so did you get quiet when it came to talking about your work? Were you somebody who couldn't talk about it? Yeah, so there was that.
I did not like it. The only cheerleader I had was my mom, but everybody's cheerleader is their mom, like, that was amazing. Let's put it up on the fridge next to your, like, encyclopedia of pictures that you have from kindergarten. You're like, me, Mom, I love you, but, like, I want someone, like, I want someone in the big leagues to tell me that I'm rocking it,
So I think I've heard you say in the past, and maybe it's changed, but that Mary Belzer was a big influence on you. Could you talk about she was a rarity in animation in the earlier years for being a woman and having a major influence on the way the film looked. So talk about what there was about that attracted you.
Well, the first thing and foremost is that she was female, like just the fact that she's a woman and that she was such a huge impact in the world of Disney. And, even by herself, I believe she soared completely with her color schemes and her geometric sense of design. Since I come from a graphic design background, I always felt like I was very geometric. That's another reason why I think I work well with Jorge, because he's extremely organic and I'm not. I'm very much like, you could fit my designs into a mold. You could see it behind Jackie right now. Like, Jorge's on the left and I'm on the right, and you could see, like, you could stencil out my work. And Jorge's is just like there are no angles there. It's just crazy berserkness. So I really admire that in Mary Blair, that she had no fear in color and she had no fear in designing, and she did so much with such a small amount of shapes and colors. Like, she made them explode. And you know, I'm still not there, and I don't even know if I'm going to get there, but I strive to be. She's definitely a role model.
Well, she's the role model to you, and I think you're a role model to others coming forward. So thanks for sharing that story. And Jackie, I'm thrilled to see that you're a cheerleader for the team here by having a Book of Life art there and you know, as your background. So tell me a little bit about what it was about animation and, you know, the whole idea of it that attracted you, and how you got into that aspect of things.
Sure. Yeah, I was interested in animation. I mean, I've been interested in it since I was very young. Always with, you know, Disney was kind of my entry point. I was always, you know, watching Little Mermaid. Lion King was a big influence on me. And so my mom is an artist, so she was very, very supportive of me, you know, and she was always on the lookout for, you know, what can I be, you know, helping her to, you know, enroll in classes and things like that. So even when I was very young, like I think around 12, 13, she enrolled me in this like animation summer camp kind of thing, which is like, I would like, you know, I was just, instead of going to like soccer camp or something, I'm going to like drawing. And it was so fun though. And I'm so thankful that, you know, she was on the lookout for these things. And I think that, you know, as a younger person, it's something that you can do for yourself too, obviously. It's just being very proactive in really seeking out any kind of little opportunities, online classes that you can take. There's so, like, artists these days are so giving of their time and their tips and tricks and things with their Instagram accounts and their own personal blogs. And so just finding artists that you really love and just kind of seeking them out and seeing if they have, you know, an online presence to kind of bolster yourself and understand what maybe their paths were to get into animation is helpful too, as a little side thing. But yeah, so I was interested in it since I was very young, and I kind of always knew that I wanted to pursue it as a career. And so when I graduated from high school, I was looking at different university options. I'm Canadian, so I was looking at some Canadian schools. There were some out east, and I wound up going out west to Vancouver to a school called Emily Carr University. And it was a longer degree program, and we kind of had the opportunity to learn all the different facets of animation. And just kind of also as a little aside, I think it can be a little bit confusing when you say you're an animator. It's just one part of the animation industry. And I know that because you're, you know, it's called animation, you could also be like a visual development artist. You could be a producer. You could be a storyboard artist. There's all these different categories that fall under the umbrella of animation, and animator is one of them. So that is a little bit confusing, but being an animator is you're responsible for all of the motion that you see on screen. So all of the acting, anytime a character moves or props move, like you're responsible for that, that motion that happens. So when I graduated from school, I had the good fortune of having an instructor that was very connected with the industry. And he kind of saw something in me and reached out to one of his connections with a television company in the area and just said, hey, you know, he just kind of, it was just a nice opportunity. And I'm so grateful that he reached out to, you know, these friends within the industry to say, hey, maybe take a look at this person's reel. See if you like it, whatever, but just know also that she's a very hard worker, and she's been progressing a lot in my classes. So really always being very like conscious of, you know, any kind of connections or networking that you have. Like everybody is important in your journey, and you never know, like, you know, it could be 20 years from now, you might bump into them again, and just really fostering those relationships. Super important. So anyway, yeah, so that was kind of my first gig into the actual industry. And by the time I graduated from university, the animation industry had kind of completely changed from hand-drawn to being more heavily influenced, like more CG driven. But I do have to say, and initially I got into animation because I wanted to be paid to draw. That was my goal. I found out that, you know, there was this thing out there that you could get paid to draw. So that was why I was so hyper-focused in it, because I just love drawing. Every opportunity I got, I would be drawing. And but by the time I graduated, it had kind of shifted into more of a CG-centric environment. But I will say, I kind of don't remember noticing it happening. And I know that sounds weird, but it is really a lot of the same principles, the same ideas are happening in CG as you do with 2D hand-drawn animation. There's, you know, you have to have a very strong sense of design. You can still go off model with CG characters, so being really conscious of like making them appealing to different camera angles. And it's really ultimately just about the acting and the emotion that you're trying to portray on screen. And CG is just another tool to do that. So I felt that transition was not, it didn't strike me as being like sad that, you know, this was going away. And it's kind of cool. It's all in waves too, right? Like I think it's coming back a lot more now with, you know, more different kinds of platforms that are available. So it's not just like you have to have this big theatrical release, like there's more online content. So there's just more, people want more different things. So it's kind of coming back in its own way. But anyway, I just wanted to say that as well, that, you know, I think there's sometimes this like longing for, or a little bit of like, do I have to know how to draw or this kind of thing? And I think it's more just about like the emotion and really portraying like the essence of the character on screen is the thing that's the most important with animation.
So talk about, as an animator, and again, as you say, that can trigger very different ideas of what that is in people's heads. But talk about, as an animator, what your head process is like as you're working on a film, the way you work on it in your specific title as animator.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes from the directors. And I feel very fortunate to be working in feature film, because I think we can really dive very deeply into the headspace of the characters. And so I'll try and get as much information as I possibly can about the moment in time that I'm animating. So understanding how it fits into the story and what is going through that character's head at that moment in time, and what the arc of the sequence is and what the arc of the movie is. Because sometimes, you know, I want to animate the most beautiful thing, and it's going to be like everyone's going to be talking about, but that's not the point of the scene that you've been given. Like the point of the scene is to, you know, communicate just this one very simple idea. So it's understanding kind of, you know, where the character's headspace is at, and like where that moment fits within the context of the film and the story. And so for my prep, I will be asking those questions to the director, and I'll get kind of a little download on that. And then I'll go back to my desk, and usually there's audio or dialogue that you're given beforehand. If not, I just kind of think about the scene, and I'll try and visualize it in my head and think of some like different, because, you know, it is such a visual medium. I want the acting is of utmost importance to me, but I'm also thinking about the design elements. So like, you know, how the body is positioned and the positioning of the character to the camera, and also just the practical things that need to happen. Like, do they need to cross the room? Do they need to pick something up? Do they need to be facing a certain direction? So I'll just be kind of thinking and mulling all that stuff over, maybe do a couple thumbnails, and then I will go and shoot some reference. So I'll set up a camera and I'll set up the audio and I'll act it out. And that's the quickest way for me to really like get into the character's head and get some like bad ideas out, get some good ideas out, get some unexpected ideas out. That was something Jorge always said that I loved, is once more for safety. So you would keep going and you'd get the take that you want and you're like, this is the one, but you would always do one more just in case something came like, and it's kind of like, it's just like as like a safety net of like, well, maybe there's like one more in there that's like, you know, I've got the one that I need. So like you can kind of relax and then just see what happens. And maybe it's garbage, but maybe it's gold. So I kind of always try and do that too. So yeah, and then I'll shoot the reference and then I'll go back to my computer and bring the reference in there and kind of cut, either take like a straight cut or cut, like cobble together like different pieces of the reference that I like. And then I'll bring that, I'll kind of like transpose that onto the character. And then I'll show that to the director as like a first look blocking pass. And then we kind of go from there if they want changes and things like that.
Fantastic, fantastic. You answered in these questions, you answered like 3 or 4 questions I had. So I really appreciate it because you covered it. Thank you so much. So I'm going to come back to you guys, and I just wanted to say thank you very much. But we're going to now bring on our third team, The Nightmare Before Christmas. First, we have Mike Belzer. He got his start with stop motion animation, working with icons like Gumby, Pillsbury Doughboy, Hershey's Kisses, and of course, The Nightmare Before Christmas and James the Giant Peach. He's now transitioned to computer animation, so we can talk a little bit about that too. And then we have Kendal Cronkhite, who joined DreamWorks Animation as an art director and worked on the studio's first computer animated film, Ants. And as a production designer, which is what she's working as now, she's worked on Trolls World Tour, and 3 films in the Madagascar series. And of course, she was an assistant art director on The Nightmare Before Christmas, when she was just a wee tiny tot. So thanks for joining us. Hope you enjoy talking about Nightmare, which is probably very nostalgic for you guys. And yet at the same time, it's become kind of this annual ritual about this time of year to pop that into the DVD player, or to watch it or stream it, or go even to the theater to see it. It gets revived quite often. So wanted to talk to you, first of all, Kendal, as an art director or an assistant art director who then has gone on to a production designer. What were the things that you needed to have in your toolkit for being able to deliver on that job? And what was it about the job that attracted you? Obviously, you've made a career of this area of filmmaking. So what are the things about it that you particularly love and that you brought to it?
Well, I had no intention, actually, of getting into animation at all. So I was, again, one of those kids that drew all the time, and my parents owned fabric stores, and so I would make my own clothes, and I was really into fashion design, actually, and fashion illustration initially, and thought that's what I was going to do. I thought that was going to be my path. But I applied to a school, actually, Ryerson in Toronto. I'm Canadian as well. Ryerson in Toronto for fashion design and illustration. And I didn't know anything about applying to college at that time. And they accepted me, but they said, you're going to have to come next year because your application is way too late for this year. So what I did in the meantime was I ended up taking a 2-year fine art course at the community college in Vancouver, and did everything from drawing, painting, ceramics, sculpting. I even did a fabric arts class, and I actually worked for the teacher for a summer, making like parachutes for shopping malls and crazy installations. And took night classes at Emily Carr as well. And it sort of changed my mind. I just really decided I love to draw, and that was really the base of everything. And so a teacher there said, you really need to go to the school called Art Center in LA. That's where you should go. And so I did end up going there, and I took illustration. So I graduated from Art Center as an editorial illustrator. I really wanted to do books, and at that time album covers, and I wanted to work for Rolling Stone, and I still have a dream to do the cover of the New Yorker. It's never gonna happen. Well, never say never. But that was really my path, and I moved to Toronto, where all the publishing houses are, and worked a bit there for a year, and then ultimately moved to New York because that's really where the center is for editorial illustration, and pounded the pavement and worked for 2 years there, and ended up wanting to really come back west where it just felt like home. So I came back west, and when I did, to San Francisco. And when I did, a teacher from Art Center called me and said, you know, they're making this film in San Francisco, and like your work is kind of perfect for it. You should really talk to them. And you know, it's created by Tim Burton. Well, that was really, like, I was a huge Tim Burton fan. It had just, I think Beetlejuice and Edward Scissorhands were maybe the only films at that point, but I totally related to him. I was a punk rocker. I loved all that stuff. My illustration style was very much in the vein of Nightmare. And so I got hired, and I think I was the first artist actually hired onto the show with there was a big story team at the time, but I was one of the first artists. And I was hired as a production illustrator. That's what we were called. I had never worked in animation before. So, you know, it was a real learning curve for me. But the great thing about it was I was one of 4 members of the art department. So we literally, with the art director and then 3 of us artists that all became assistant art directors to the art director eventually, we had to design it all. And luckily we had a lot of work from Tim Burton already that he had done at Disney when he was a young artist there. And I guess they didn't really know what to do with him, and sort of put him in a closet-sized office where he just filled the walls with nightmare imagery. Mike, I don't know if you remember that, but I think that's true. And we actually had all that art to start from, so that was a great launch for us. But what I really loved about working in animation was that I got to draw and paint like I always did as an illustrator, but I got to like carve models out of foam. I got to be in the spray booth, spray painting character maquettes. I was down on the set with the DP and all the camera guys and lighters, and set dressing with the set dressers, and working on the scenic, on the background paintings. And it was just like and working with the set builders and the model makers and the fabricators that were working on the puppets, and just being so involved in so many different aspects of this creative process that it touched on everything that I love to do. And so I was hooked, totally hooked. And I've never looked back since. I've been in this. That was 1991 when I joined Nightmare. Yeah.
You were motioning toward that piece behind you.
Yes.
Can you talk about that?
This is actually a building from Halloween Town.
What's it made of?
It's made of foam. Everything was sort of carved out of foam, and then, you know, painted black and then dry brushed with white and gray on top. And you can even see like the lights that lit up all these windows with green. Some of them are still there. Green plastic. Yeah, and these are some of the sketches from when I was there. We did everything with black pen, and we had a black and white at that time, black and white color copier. So we'd color copy everything and then color it in with like green, yellow, and orange marker.
Fantastic.
Yeah. That was the extent of the technology.
So what are the things about what you're doing now and your whole journey that you think a student might want to say, oh, maybe I'd be good at that? Or what would be the things that they might need to train and training that they took? Like, what did you learn at Art Center, or what are the tools, that you use?
Yeah. I think a really good foundation in art and design is, for my role and for art directors and for people that work in the art department specifically, I think a great foundation in art and design is key, because you have to kind of be flexible. You need to know how to draw, whatever tool you're using, whether it's Photoshop or traditional. It's great if you can paint, if you have great color theory, if you understand, now that we work so much in these 3D environments and did in stop motion as well, it's great to know lighting, to have an understanding of lighting, because we do a lot of color scripts that are all about how we are going to light the show. And then the other element that I think is really important is just to have a personal point of view. Whatever kind of turns you on, whatever your thing is, I love to see that, because we're always looking for new ways to tell these stories visually, and new ideas, and new young artists that bring a totally different point of view that we hadn't thought of before. So, also be really true to yourself, have a strong foundation in all the things that you need to know, but also bring yourself to a project, because that's invaluable to us in this filmmaking process.
Terrific. So, Mike, I want to move on to you now and just get a sense of what was stop motion animation at the time that this film was made. Wasn't exactly even as plentiful as it is now. What were the things about this project that prepared you for it, and what were the things about being a stop motion animator that appealed to you?
Well, yeah, just hearing everybody's conversations, so many aspects of what you're talking about. It's that square peg and round hole. Because we're all the island of misfit toys. Animators specifically are just weird, right? And for me, stop motion animation was something I kind of fell into, and there was this amazing group up in the San Francisco area, and it actually started with the Gumby TV series in '87, and from that, we all just were perfecting the craft and learning. And because I swear, if you saw the first shot that I did, it's amazing. I still had a job. It was just so bad. But you learn and you grow, and you keep applying yourself and everything you learn. But we all learned from each other. And around that time too, Henry Selick was coming around, the director on Nightmare. And he was coming on the scene with some really cool, edgy stop motion stuff. With MTV was doing these cutting edge kind of cool things. He had a lot of history with Tim Burton. So when Tim approached him on making the movie, we at that time, I say the we collective animators, but also not just animators, there's other mold makers, sculptors, story artists, a number of people that he might have worked with on commercials like the Pillsbury Doughboy. We worked a lot on those and just different things. He kind of pulled us together and said, hey, Tim wants to make this movie. What do you guys think? And, it didn't take very long for us to go, yeah, to be able to do what you love. It just really was a weird thing to fall into stop motion as an art form. I learned it as a kid through a great high school teacher. Actually, first time actually was junior high, and he moved to the high school level. But it was back then there was no animation. It was Disney 2D, and I can't draw a straight line with a ruler. It's just, I'm mesmerized by anybody who could draw it. So one thing I always tell people when I talk to students and stuff, it's like, oh, well, Island of Misfits toy is a perfect analogy, because I can't draw well. I could do some sculpting. But I was so incredibly shy back then. as a kid. I'd be the kid in the back row that, you know, just be staring at the desk. But as an animator, we have our minds are going, and we want to act out ideas and stuff. And it was a way to basically become an extrovert behind a puppet. And it was really fun. So as we grew into this Nightmare movie, it was this eclectic group of people like Kendal, and people came from all over. Tim Hiddle was an animator. He came from the Gumby show, but he was living in Iowa, and there's no animation in Iowa, but he saw it was a want ad in the newspaper for animator. Who knows how you get in? But it's the perseverance, and you just don't stop. And, you know, with the good fortune of things, you know, keep working. Having the gift of some talent is certainly a good thing, but it's not the only thing. You know, you got to have that drive. You could train people to do certain qualities of art, but it's that drive, it's that passion, it's that perseverance during those downtimes. My first animation reel that I sent out, it was sent back to me unopened. They didn't even look at it. It was that, just, you know. So it just is something that you just keep on going. And so for all of us at Nightmare, it was a dream job. And, you know, it's so much fun to relive it year after year. Here we are, what, Kendal, 26 years later or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's so much fun to see people still loving this film.
Well, it's interesting to me because the thing that I think of that I could never be an animator is that it requires such patience. And I think stop motion probably is yet an even deeper sense of patience, because you're literally having to stand there, move things over and over. So I actually got to visit the set when you guys were making this and saw the big warehouse with, like, I think 20 or so sets that were scattered around in the various departments and things. So what kind of, it seemed very quiet to me at that time. So how did you guys maintain your focus and your patience, basically? What are the secrets for an animator to hold on to that in such a time-consuming process?
Yeah, well, it's so funny because technology and everything changes, and the art form of animation, specifically stop motion animation, has changed. Back then, we had called a frame grabber, and just like a 2D artist, a drawing artist, you see them flipping the pages, or you do a flip book. It allows you to see the succession of images kind of going back and forth. With the frame grabber on Nightmare, we could store 2 frames and a live, and that just is moving forward. So there's no going back. And now, you know, you could record your whole thing on your iPhone or something. It's just like the technology is there. So I feel very fortunate in coming through in those times that there was no net. Well, there was with that frame grabber, but typically you had to know where you're going. It's like getting in the car and taking a drive. Do you know where you're going to go? Not unless you have a map. So you have to act things out. You have to maybe shoot some reference. Back then we didn't have video to shoot reference, but you have to, as an animator, feel it. Because when you feel it, it does transmit through the puppet or the pixels or the drawing. It's a weird thing. It's this art form that's really live. And so with stop motion, having that roadmap was essential. You had to know what you're doing, had to know where you're going. And then, yeah, it was magical. As Kendal described, you know, all the different departments coming together, putting these beautiful sets and puppets and everything together, the lights, you pull back these black curtains, and it was like Christmas Town on steroids. It was so cool looking. And it was just, as an animator, you just walk in and they kind of close the curtain behind you, and that's your time then. Go. All the pressure of every other department on your frames. Don't screw it up. Otherwise, you're going to make some people unhappy. But no, it was really something to, and it just, you dive in. And for stop motion, another animator, Anthony Scott, on Nightmare and other films we've worked with, we called it the Twinkie zone, because your brain becomes that white mush in a Twinkie. You just slow down and you're almost seeing the puppet moving, even though it's sometimes it's microscopic. It's like a hair. So the distance of a hair, sometimes you're just feeling it. You don't even see it. And you just slow time down. So when you come out of that world, sometimes, you know, life is moving real fast and you're like, oh, I got to get back up to speed. Because yeah, it's an intense focus, but it was so much fun. And to come out of that and see a shot that worked. I've been doing computer animation a long time and love that for a different way, but nothing compared to seeing a shot that you didn't stop motion work and hearing Henry laugh, just going, all right, I love it. It's like, oh, good job.
I remember that you guys, some of you had beds there because you slept overnight, because some of these shots took so long. And you also, it was so hot because you were like crawling over these sets under these hot lights.
It was a very physically demanding. Yeah, we had a masseuse that came, you know, and would give us like 15-minute a week back rub or something. It was great because it was really demanding. It was hot, and you're just in a warehouse in San Francisco, and in the middle of summer, let's just say the smells weren't great.
Well, you better be careful with COVID. They may bring that sleeping in the office back, you know. So,
yeah, right.
Anyway, so I want to bring back our other panelists, and I have a few questions from some students I'd like to ask. And so if we bring everybody back, I think the first thing I want to ask is, I have a student asking, Hassan, who's asking, what is your advice for animators who cannot afford art school but want to hone their craft? Are there free resources you can recommend?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll start. I think we're really lucky right now. We live in a, you know, there's so much information that there's resources everywhere that if you know how to look for them. I think in animation, there's really two big things that you can hone with your craft. It's the physical and the mental. So the physical is your drawing ability, your sort of your draftsmanship, your work with color, composition, anything that sort of is the physical part of your craft. And then secondly is sort of like the mental, which is your point of view, your filmmaking. And so I think with the physical, a lot of it is practice. It's getting out there and doing it, whether it's sort of, you know, finding a style that you like and sort of trying to see what works about it and adapting it, or just going out and doing cafe drawings or life drawings, or, you know, researching whether it's color and paint, sort of, you know, what, you know, other artists that you're really, you know, you can really relate to. And then for the mental, like the filmmaking style, you know, you can always listen to, you know, find the filmmakers who speak to you. And, you know, whether it's listening to commentary or really delving into, like, you know, the way that they tell stories visually, I think there's a lot out there that can really sort of let you figure out what excites you about the industry and what your point of view is. And I think it's key to not feel like you have to draw a certain way or tell stories a certain way. It's sort of like finding your voice in there is equally important. And that's sort of really what makes you a marketable quantity for the industry.
So next question is from Ernesto. When creating an animated character, where do you draw inspiration? Have you ever used a real life person?
Oh, I'd like to go in on that one.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, like that is our question right there. I'd say that our families are the biggest inspiration, you know, family, their quirks, the way they look, nostalgic memories that we have about them. Also, like maybe a friend that we had in the past that really influenced us in a certain way. And we all of a sudden we see in the script or in the design that, oh my gosh, this person that I met a long time ago is just like this person. And just complete influences from, you know, stories they might have told, or the way they walked, or the way they thought or spoke. Yeah, so family and friends are the biggest thing.
Yeah, it seems like character designers, like Sandra, you probably do this too, where you're sketching all the time, like on the bus, in the cafe, and that, like all these incredible characters, right? Huh?
I'm doing it right now with my feet.
I think too, like as far as the film goes, you're really looking to the story, the particular story for the characters you're designing, right? You're looking for character descriptions. Are they animals? Are they human? Are they, you know, is it a lonely character, a scared character, a grumpy old character, you know, there's all these things that play into your choices that you make in a film. You know, like, does it exist already? Like for Trolls, we had a troll doll, and that's what our characters were based on. With Nightmare, Tim had already done drawings, so we based it kind of on that. But then the materials, because it was stop motion, had to be different, and, you know, so lots of things kind of come into play when you're designing characters for.
I'd also like to add, culture has a lot to do with it as well.
Yeah.
And it depends on what you're dealing with. Like in our world, we're always dealing with something Latino. So our culture is very, very big. Colors and folkloric influences are big in our world. And the more organic the shape is, the better it is for us. And that's what that's what folkloric artwork is. It's just it's not perfect. And that's what we want. We want that sense of irregularity in our world, and that all those splashes of color, and to leave that human handprint, regardless of the fact that it's CG, you know?
So Lizzie wants to ask, what advice would you give animators first starting out who love the medium but don't feel they have what it takes to make it as in a career in this world? So this is somebody who sounded a little like Sandra, who didn't have confidence necessarily in her drawings when she was younger. So what would you say to Lizzie as far as whether she can make it or not?
Hey, I would say to Lizzie, you know, for starters, don't be shy. You know, like, hone your craft, keep going at it, investigate, keep growing. Don't stay where you are. Don't get comfortable. You have to get uncomfortable in order to keep growing. And the more you grow, the better you're going to get. Also, if you want to keep growing, right now you have this amazing world of the internet, you know, like how we were saying a while ago. You have the future in your fingertips, in the sense that you can take so many courses online right now. And even more so during COVID, the situation that we're living, there are so many conferences that are being given as well, and you could look into those, you know. The sky's the limit. Just keep going. Share, you know, like exchange ideas and keep growing.
And I actually want to expand something that Jackie said earlier about that I think that what animation means can be sort of a catch-all. People just think of animators, but there's so many facets of being in the animation industry, and so many different ways of even different talent levels at each one. Again, like, I know animators who cannot draw, but they can do amazing things in CG, or vice versa. They cannot use CG, but oh my gosh, they're amazing artists. And story artists who, like, they are sharp as tacks, and they get a reputation for, like, if you've got a problem or a gag that you can't solve, they will give you 1,000,000 gags. They'll all be drawn like chicken scratches, but they are amazing. And people are always looking for those people on films because they're hard to find. So I think it's whatever part of the animation industry speaks to you, whether it's design or animation or story or what have you, there is a niche for many different types of voices and many different skill levels. And so I think it's not all about your ability to draw beautifully. It's about your point of view and what you're bringing.
Yeah, Go ahead, Michelle.
Okay, I was just going to jump in and say that years ago I had an assistant who, she started as an assistant. So that's basically, you know, for us, it was, you know, kind of just a production hire, not an artist. And what I didn't know was that at night she would go home and draw, and she went around to all of the artists at the studio, all of the storyboard artists, and they started mentoring her, and she started working and honing and practicing, and she started, you know, doing sample storyboards, and she's now a storyboard artist who has worked on many feature films. So you can start at any level, just get in and, you know, try, if you can get into any kind of company that's creating, try and find mentors. Find people who will support you, who will show you, who will look at your work, who will give you, you know, creative feedback. I think that's really important.
I'd like to add really quickly before anything, don't limit yourself only to what is seen in the top, which is most of the time it's story, it's storyboarding, character design, what we've been talking about. Not a lot of women riggers. There's so many like undiscovered talent that we need to bring out into the limelight. And I wish I could sing their glory and praises every time we do a conferences, but there's not, and another thing, there's not a lot of women in this kind of field. We need to bring them out. So if there's any girls, women out there, get out there. Now's your time to shine. We have to come out, you know, and show them what we got.
Yeah, there's so much behind the scenes. Like, even if you're a computer engineering type, there's so much that's going on there, developing new tools and all this stuff we need to make these crazy films. If you're somebody that just really likes managing people and is really good at budgets, you know, like, we need that too. There's such a range of talent in different areas.
Yeah, and just if you're finding that as you're getting into the industry that you're not sort of syncing with the part of it that you're in, there's so much lateral movement that you can do. Like I had, you know, a girl that I was coming up with, she was into story, but what she really loved about it was, you know, not so much the story or the camera, but the posing and the acting that really made her excited. And she said, you know what, I think I'm going to transfer into animation. That's really much more for me. So you might find that if you get into the industry or are starting out, that you might be struggling in the field that you're in, or it doesn't excite you, or you feel like it's just not, not that you're blind, but it's like you haven't quite found your niche. There are many niches, and you can definitely find one.
Yeah.
One thing I just want to throw out there is just going back to the beginning of what you said, what she said. I never say I can't. Never say I can't. Always go with the positive attitude, because as soon as you say, well, I don't think I'm as good, I don't think I can't, that's a negative. Go in with the positive, because that's what's going to propel you forward.
Yeah.
That'll get you through tough times.
Perseverance.
Yeah.
It's key.
Well, I think one of the main things that I'm hearing from all of you also is that don't judge too much where you're going, because you'll end up somewhere much different than where you thought, and it might very well be a lot better than you ever thought it could be if you just keep at it. So anyway, thank you for your fine example. Thank you for your time here today. It's wonderful talking with you and hearing about so many different facets of the industry, and also just having images that you all have contributed to dancing around in my head through this whole afternoon. So thank you so much. And I hope that we have many more wonderful projects to look for from you, and that maybe some of our listeners will come up to you someday and say, hey, I saw you on that seminar back during COVID. So anyway, want to thank you all for watching, and I want to let you know that this is the conclusion of the animation segment. At 11:45 a.m., we'll have another seminar on music and horror film with some special surprises, so be sure and stay tuned. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Good luck, everybody.
I am excited to be here with you guys today. I have the honor of having an incredible conversation with the myth, the man, the legend, Mr. John Carpenter. John Carpenter needs no introduction. He needs no long bio to be read. But I think it's important that we always shout out alma maters. And John Carpenter is an alum of USC, which, you know, I know we have some US fans out there who I'm sure stake claim that they are the #1 film school in the world, but I think other film schools may differ. John Carpenter has carved out an incredible career in the genre of horror. Most notable is the entire Halloween franchise, but John is more than just that. He is a composer, he is a writer, he is a director, and he also loves comic books and has also gotten into gaming, things that we all love and enjoy. So enough of me, because you guys clearly didn't come on to hear me talk. I would love to introduce you, the incredible John Carpenter. What's happening, John?
I am in my glory.
How are you feeling today, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I can't complain. I just wanted to say thank you for your gift. Thank you for your gift of artistry, man, and thank you for all the scares that you have given me over time. I am a scaredy cat when it comes to horror movies, but yet I torture myself and go every single time. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm curious, what attracted you to the horror film genre, right? Was it something you saw as a child? Was it did you love scaring people, jumping around the corner? I'm just curious.
Well, I fell in love with horror movies when I was little, but when I got in the movie business, I really didn't have plans to make horror films exclusively. Horror films found me, and an opportunity came along to make Halloween, so I made it. It was a success, and the movie business rewards people who make movies who make money. And then you get pigeonholed pretty quickly. So that's where I landed, and it's fine with me.
I think it's great with you. You said the horror and Halloween kind of found you. We hear so many stories like that people kind of accidentally fell into their greatness, right? Or accidentally fell into key moments in their career. How did it find you? Were you just a student doing your work at USC and then you got landed making scripts? Were you out working, the Hollywood beat? Talk to us a bit more about the finding of.
I had made a couple films before. I made a movie called Dark Star, which became a feature film out of a student film. That was a 16 millimeter blow up film. Then I made Assault on Precinct 13. And then I made a TV movie called Someone's Watching Me. So I was working, and this little independent company came along. They had some money, and I had a chance to establish myself as a director who had final cut, which was incredibly important to me. So I directed Halloween for no money, and I got final cut and name above the title. That was my pay, and it paid off.
Yeah, clearly it paid off. It paid off time and time and time again. Before we talk a little bit more about Halloween, and I definitely want to get into the music and the scoring, because for me, I'm a music guy, John, at the end of the day. I cut my teeth in the record business. So I'm on record label. So music for me is my first love and how I see things. But what is it that attracted you to the horror genre? I think it takes a very special person for it to be engaged in that. So what was it about the horror genre that attracted you?
Well, it's a popular genre in America, I guess in the world. It's a genre that never dies. It's always going to be with us. It's always been with us. People love to go to scary movies. I love scary movies personally, and I love making them. So what's the problem?
Students, do you hear that? Like, what I'm gathering, John, as the students are listening, is just kind of following things that you love, right? And when you follow things that you love, you will have an incredible career. John, I know the students that are watching and tuning in to us today, there is always this anticipation of what kind of career will I have in the film business, right? And if I make one film, will that be it? Or I'll always be known for that. After you start making your first few horror movies, did you know that your career will be built around the horror genre?
Yes, I knew that I was going to get hired to make horror films. So if I was going to go off and make something else, I had to fight my way to it. I had to stake out some new territory.
Yeah.
But I was pretty clear why people wanted me to direct.
Yeah.
They wanted to make money. It's all about money.
Yeah, money is a driving force. And I think the students who are watching are thinking about that big picture. But students, before we get into, the making of money, you have to learn your craft and learn how to make that money, to which John Carpenter is talking about. John, for you, how did you learn about the skill and art of directing, right? As these students now are watching us, right? They look at someone like you who has this incredible defining career, and they're thinking there's no way, I can do that. Like, so how did you hone in on your skills on directing? And what advice could you give the students who are watching us right now?
Well, I always wanted to be a director. And so I went to USC, and this was back in the old days. And I considered SC an art school. This was not like a Czech school. It was an art school. I thought directing movies was an art. And so I approached it that way. It's really difficult to talk about why you're motivated to do certain things. As a director, they work. And so everything was instinctual. I learned the plumbing at USC. I learned how to make a film. My teachings at USC, what I learned there has kept me going all these years. So I cannot tell you how important it is to learn everything about making movies. Everything.
I think that's so important that you talked about the plumbing of making the movies, and I love that analogy and the metaphor. It just makes so much sense. I think a lot of times people think they can skip steps, but what I'm hearing is all the elements are important. So, John, if you are wanting to be a director, do you think it's important to also to understand like the writing element and the writing composition of writing a screenplay?
Yes. Oh God, yes. But try to understand everything. And if you want to direct, you have to have a story that you want to tell, or stories that you want to tell, and how are you going to tell them?
Mm-hmm.
And what are the tools at your disposal? Understand drama, scripts, how to write them, but understand how to direct in terms of the visual image, all the things that go along with it, including digitally, I guess now. That's come in and haunted us. So, but
Yeah.
everything is a tool to storytelling, everything. So make use of it.
So you knew how to do everything, and going to school, and what you're talking to the students about right now is making sure they understand their trade, making sure they understand their craft. Let's kind of apply that to set, if you will, in particular Halloween, right? And, I've been doing a lot of research and understanding that it wasn't this big budget, kind of film. And I think that's indicative of how the students and how most Americans, and well, really people around the world, we see Halloween now as this incredible franchise, this incredible money-making success of a franchise, but sometimes we forget about the origin story, right? Sometimes we forget about the beginning of the aspect of the story. How important was it for you to learn all those skills and apply it to the first Halloween, right? And if you can think about how challenges may have arisen due to not being a big budget, that you're able to apply those skill sets to that film.
Well, Halloween was, I remember the final budget was $300,000, $250,000, $300,000. And we shot it in Panavision, and we shot it in like a 2-week period, as I remember, maybe even 30 days, maybe more. So there was no room for mistakes. So it had to just be right in terms of making it. And we were pretty lucky. Had to reshoot one scene. I can't remember why now. And we used Panaglide, which was a Panavision equivalent of Steadicam. And I used that as a dolly, as I love dolly shots. I love Max Ophuls and others who use the dolly shot. So I used that a lot. That helped. And then we had that big opening scene, one shot, actually, and there's another shot, but so it was the big thing about a low budget movie is staying on budget, staying on time, finishing your work for the day. So that's what we tried to do. That's what I tried to do.
Yeah, but I think that goes to what you've been saying. And so the reason why, John, I'm really interested in kind of peeling this back is because, the students that are listening, I want to make sure, and not just the students, but I'm learning, from this to you as well, how important the details are. It sounds like it's important to learn all the details, especially when you have a tight budget. I heard that you guys shot anywhere from like 17 to 24 days, maybe. So those are tight shoot days, tight moments. And so being prepared for whatever may come when you have a tight budget, it's important to understand the plumbing. And I'm gonna keep using that. I love that phraseology that you said there. So I want to make sure that we keep knowing the entire craft, knowing the entire ecosystem to be prepared, in particular on your first film student. So that's important. John, music. Music is who you are. You're a fantastic composer. And for me, music is not just sometimes the secondary character of a film, but for me, it's the primary character of a film. For me, music can be a co-lead. And there's nothing more synonymous with music than the horror genre, right? The way that it drives and goes. Before we get into that, how did you learn, music? What came first for you? Was it filmmaking, or was it composition? Was it, learning instrumentation and musicality?
Well, my dad was a music professor at a little college in Kentucky. So I grew up with music and grew up with music in the house. Unfortunately, at 8 years old, my father decided it was a good time to teach me how to play violin. There was only one problem with that.
What was that, John?
Talent. I had zero talent. So I finally got out of that. I fooled around with the piano and a guitar, and then I was a member of a band. So I was around music all my life. It came naturally to me. So I went to USC, and when you're at USC or film school and you're making a movie, a student film, you don't have money to get a composer and score your film. So I would do it myself. And just because I was cheap and fast. And that carried into features. I did the score for my early features, and I did the score for Halloween. 3 days of recording on Halloween.
3 days.
3 days.
That's amazing, John. I love that because I was a big band geek, and that's why I love talking to composers within film, because I played the alto saxophone, and I played it for, I think, 6 years. I made like my all-city jazz band. I was a drum major, and so like I learned scales and how to conduct. But the thing for me, John, the difficulty was you were no good at violin. I was no good at the piano. I had difficulty. I knew the keys, but I couldn't make music out of like the chords. That always bothered me to this day. You can still see I have issues from it. But let's just go ahead and get into the music of Halloween. This is a big portion of what I want to talk with you about today, because the music it's so iconic. I mean, everything about John, what you created to be into the world is iconic, from the storyline to Laurie, to Jamie Lee Curtis, to Michael Myers, to Nick Wiggins, to, the score, the music, everything, the mask. And so, but now I want to get into the music. And what I want to do now is just play, the title song of Halloween, the title track, just for a minute. And I want to pick it apart a little bit and ask you some questions on that, in particular for the students who are interested in composing. John, just even listening to it right now, you feel the eeriness of that song, and it just sets the mood for what you're about to witness in that moment. Talk to us about the inspiration of that. Like, how did you come up with that? Like, were you walking in the park one day? Were you walking your dog and you started thinking about the chords in your head?
No. The basis of Halloween was my father teaching me 5/4 time on the bongo. That's where it came from. And I don't know, for years I had that when I was 13, I guess. For years I would doodle on the piano with it, rocking octaves. Day, 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 day. And then out of that came the theme. And it was because I could play it. I had to play all the instruments in the movie. So I was, what you heard just now, I was the piano, I was the bass in the background and the strings and all of it. And it was I don't know, it puts you on edge. The 5/4 time puts you off. It just a step off. So you almost don't know what to expect, which is what I wanted out of the score. God, I've heard that thing so many times. I've actually played it. I have another career now, making records and touring with a band and playing music from my movies. And we play Halloween a lot. And so I can't really play it very well anymore. My son does. Yeah. But it's basically simple. It's F sharp minor to F. And anyway, the chords are real simple. And I think it's effective.
I think so too. I love how you said, you know, in 5/4 time, there is this unexpected. You really don't know what to expect because the beat is it's syncopated, but then it's not. And I mean, that is the backdrop of horror. Like the backdrop of horror is you don't know what's waiting for you around the corner, right? Like you don't know who's in the car. Like you don't know who's under or what is under the bed. Like when it comes to horror. And I love how you were just saying the ba, 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 ba. And what you made me think about, John, was cadence. And, you know, there was a moment when I considered myself a drummer. And in the marching band, I used to love our band's cadence, right? And hearing you do that ba, 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 it made me think about like our drumming and our cadence that we did in the marching band. But even with that, there was always this anticipation when the band played, right? Of like this big sound, this big movement. There was this movement that was coming towards you, right? And I think that is what the beauty of a cadence. So I can see now why you had that bop, 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 the cadence in your head, because they created this movement. There's a force, you know, that is coming.
That's right.
Now, with that being, so with that being said, and I love how you said the F sharp and the octaves, right, and the octave range. I'm curious, was there a particular reason why you chose that chord? Was there a particular reason why you chose that octave? Like, in genre and horror making movies, do certain octaves work better? Do certain melodic lines work better? Do certain chords work better? I'm curious because you mentioned that.
Well, I'll give you the secret. The secret is I could play it. Other like if I was in E flat, I would be dead. Yeah. But F sharp minor to F, I could play the whole thing, and that was absolutely incredibly important in those days.
I love it. And I love the simplicity of it. Is sometimes this is what I could play, right? That's what it is. Well, I'm curious, John. I'm always fascinated by the theory of what came first, the chicken or the egg, right? And so for Halloween to be this incredible moment, what came first for you? Did you make the movie first and then you did the scoring and then this Halloween came to you? Or did you do score Halloween first, and then you did the movie? I'm curious, like the order for the students who may be thinking about these type of songs or the movements of their film.
In Halloween's case, and almost every case, the movie comes first. The story comes first. The distributor wanted Babysitter Murders. All the girls are going to identify with babysitting. That would be good. Make money. Out of that came Halloween. It was all about getting the story right, then getting the editing right, getting the tempo of the movie right, and then let's sit down and think about the music. Mm-hmm. It was always afterthought.
Well, I want to go a little bit further with that, John Carpenter, if you don't mind, because sometimes in genres of film that are not horror, music is used sporadically at will for the director, you know, in that. But if you go based upon my thesis, and I'm curious to know what your thoughts on my thesis are, of the fact that to me, music is just such a co-lead of horror genre. if that is true, I'm curious to know your thoughts on that. What was the process in terms of the music placements, right? Like, how much emphasis did you think about music, right? Did you felt like it had to be 50% the film, 75%, like 33% a third? Like, can you talk to us a little bit about that as students are, because as the directors and students, you know, future directors, future editors, you know, future music composers, these are things they're going to have to think about either with the director or as director or as an editor or, you know, as a composer.
You're making it sound much more complex than it was. I couldn't make music based on sitting and watching the film and playing to the film like old fashioned. I had to create pieces and cut them in. So what I did was I created the main theme and then a couple of themes that were offshoots of that. Then I had a couple other themes that I recorded to cut in wherever I needed them. And I had a little tension music here and then I sat down and cut it in. I mean, it's really a basic kind of composing, but it's necessity is always driving all this stuff. We need music for this. Oh, okay, I'll go off and do it. I'll come back with it. And please don't criticize it because it's cheap. And I did it. So you don't have to worry about it. It's always based on necessity.
John, you're dropping some gems right now. So students, if you're keeping score, some of the gems are being dropped. One, I love the idea about the plumbing, all the plumbing of the film. I love that. And then students, the second thing too is necessity, and sometimes don't overthink it, right? Like even if you look at.
That's it. You got the secret. Don't overthink. Movies, directing movies and composing is all instinctual. It comes from instinct. It comes from inside. That's why my movies are different than anybody else's, because it's my instincts and tastes that's going up there. You have hit the secret of motion pictures.
John, I love that, man, because even now I'm just thinking about the questions I'm asking you and just thinking about how I prepared for you, because like I'm just such a huge fan of your work. And anytime you get a chance to talk with the greats, you know, you get excited, right? And you over prepare, and then you're just thinking like, you know, did he go to the mountain of Olympia and get inspiration from Zeus? You know what I mean? So you just overthink it, right? And, you know, students, as they're thinking about their first piece, you know, their first thing they want to write or they want to compose or direct, you know, I think we all have a tendency to overthink it and to make it more complicated than it is. And I think that's why we get that very famous but cheesy quote, kiss it, right? Keep it simple, stupid, right? So just keep it really simple. And I love students. I hope you heard what John Carpenter said about whatever's coming from their heart, right? And whatever's coming within, let that flow, and that's gonna make you different. All right, John. Well, up next, I'm gonna play for you another favorite song of mine from you. And so let's play Christine, and let's hear how that sounded, and let's do another breakdown of that. I mean, you are the definition of cool, John Carpenter. Seriously. I saw you reacting and laughing. What were you thinking when you were watching that? I saw you laugh a few times.
Well, I made this 2 or 3 years ago. This is a recent deal. And what was I thinking? I was thinking, wow, what a corny human being I am. Hypnotized a pretty girl but it was fun. It was great. It was 2 nights in a row. Needed a music video. We were releasing Christine, and it was in preparation for, I believe it was the anthology tour that I did. And it was great. Rita was great. She's a beautiful young girl, actress. And the thing I remember the most about the shoot was that I had trouble getting off the camera car. Oh my God.
Yeah.
And it was horrible. And, there's no fun staying up all night when you're my age, but, what the hell.
Yeah, well, you made it look cool. I don't think you look corny at all whatsoever. And ladies and gentlemen, that was actually John Carpenter in the opening scene directing. So I thought that was a really cool shot. I am a fan of John Carpenter. I'm from Michigan, the Midwest, the car capital of the world, if you will. And so I'm a big fan of muscle cars. And so like seeing that old Plymouth in there, that was a treat for me. But the reason I wanted to play that juxtaposed to Halloween is because sometimes we think about the horror genre film that it has to be this orchestral type music, but here we have this music that is heavy, like almost rock element to it. It's very bass. You know what I mean? It's driving, right? Can you talk to us about, as students are thinking about making possibly horror films and genre films, like how important it is to play around with different sounds, right? And how different sounds can drive different emotions, right? And what were the emotions you were trying to drive with this song in particular?
This was a song about a scary car going to kill you. It was not very complex. Pretty girls, scary car, run. And it is a rock and roll based idea. But because we performed, we have had rock and roll, 5-piece rock and roll band. And there's a sense of power in rock and roll, and it goes along with the car. And we wanted to make this car powerful and dangerous. And in reality, the car that you saw was constantly had a problem, was falling apart. We had to fix it overnight, but we made it work. But rock and roll, good old rock and roll has a real power to it, and that sexuality to it that is irresistible, which it is to me. So that was the idea behind it.
Students, okay, John, I want to say something. I know things just seems like it's not overly complicated. You just want to have music that represented a car going fast, but like there was so much thought process that went into it, right? From this narrative of, muscle car, what we were talking about, muscle, you think rock and roll, right? Like you think heavy energy, and you look at that Plymouth, that's a heavy car, right? And then you look at like the beautiness of it that you're trying to describe, how beautiful the car is in that moment, and then a beautiful actress. And so I just think everything was just so well thought out. It might have been accidental for you, right? It might have been, there's something you did out of necessity, as you mentioned it in the previous clip. But I think students, what I'm gathering is how John thought all things through, whether accidental or not. But I think that's the genius of a John Carpenter, is some things may just seem so natural, right? It is so simplistic when it comes to that. But I love that thought process, John, of the rock band and all those different dynamics when it comes to that. We don't see rock too much in horror. Why is that, do you think?
I don't know. I mean, it used to be in horror. If you look at Dario Argento is a horror director. If you look at some of his movies from the 80s, he used rock and roll big time, and it was really effective. And I don't know. I really don't have answer for you in terms
Yeah.
of why it's not used.
I think it's interesting, students, if you're out there, me personally, I would like to see more rock being used, particularly heavy metal, right? Because even some of that heavy metal rock can really drive scenes and drive narratives. All right, John, I have another song of mine that I enjoy. It's gonna go in a little bit of a different direction than the previous one. Let's take a listen to The Fog. So I wanted to show that in that particular order, John, is just to show the variations of how music can drive film, in particular drive horror. So we started out with this Halloween with this 5/4 time, right, with the different octaves. Then we went into Christine that had this rock element, this very heavy guitar, bass, driving, muscular car vibe to it. And then there's this very subdued melodic lines and melodic notes when it comes to The Fog. So I just wanted to show just the range of how you use music in such a very versatile way. Can you talk to us a little bit about the inspiration of this one in particular?
Fog. The fog is a natural thing, but it's insubstantial. It's not hard. It's soft. It's foggy. It's misty. So the music had to be easy. Take it easy with this. And it was pretty. It was pretty, kind of seducing, pretty. To be heavy, to drive this would be not, wouldn't keep with the story, wouldn't keep with the images. I wanted to keep this particular piece, I wanted to keep it light. Everything is very light and insubstantial. Of course, never mind now. Insubstantial if the fog is just drifting. So the music had to be in a whole different feel to it.
Mm-hmm. I love students, if you're detecting a pattern here, the thought process of the scene or the mood you're going for, the music should be reflective of it. Now, just going back to Christine, you think about the car driving, scary car, rock music, beautiful actress, right? And you think about, I just love how John just described to us, fog, light, delicate, ethereal, right? So you need that type of music. And the lesson I'm learning, students, and let me know, I hope you're learning this lesson too with me, is that you don't want to go counter to the elements, right? You want to be supportive of the elements that you see kind of existing. John, how, you gave us, I love how you gave us the music composition breakdown of Halloween with the 5/4 time. Can you break down a little bit of this for us too as well? Like the chords and the time and the cadence and all that cool stuff?
Wow, you're asking me to go back. Let me think.
Sorry, I put you on the spot.
Well, I know what the changes are on the piano. I can't tell you what they are, but they're it's a descending feel to it. It's really basically simple little melody, and it descends, and then it modulates, and it modulates again, and it modulates again. Basically, what you didn't hear is, of course, it's moving towards moving towards more of a motion-filled piece, but this is all stuff that I cribbed from Bernard Herrmann. It was one of my favorite composers in the old days, and he would use chord changes like this. I just ripped off because I thought they were beautiful, and that's what it's about. Once again, you're hearing a piece of music that is designed for me to play. because I'm the guy who's doing the music to this movie and playing the parts. So it had to be simple.
Yeah. I heard you say modulation a few times when it comes to that song. As we talked about just a little bit in the beginning, I alluded to my curiosity, like, is there a psychological, does music have a psychological impact on the human experience while you're watching, the film? And so I'm just curious, as when songs are modulating and it's building or descending, as you said, does that play an impact on how the watcher, the viewer, is experiencing the film, in particular when it comes to the horror genre?
Oh, you know it. It's big time. And this modulation, it was generally going down, but it was evolving. So it's changing, but it's the same. So it's like the fog. It has depth, but it's nothing there. It's insubstantial. It's ethereal. It's mystical. It's the music was trying to do the same kind of thing. Actually trying to do a whole lot because all we had was a fog machine out there.
Yeah. John, I mean, I just want to say, I know you probably do a lot of interviews and you've talked about all these things all the time, but I am thoroughly enjoying this moment. And I just love how your use of body language, right? And even like, to me, you're such a musician, right? Because that's how musicians are so expressive, right? And I'm always talking with my hands. And so it's really great to see someone, I can almost just envision the fog coming in and out and the decrescendo and the lifting, right? The fog lifts, as we say, right? And so there's moments of that with the modulation and the heartbeat. So thank you for bringing your whole self to this conversation, man. I know the students are enjoying it as much as I am. And I know I'm the moderator, so I should be working, but I'm actually enjoying it as if I'm a listener. And I think that's the magic of John Carpenter students, is when and I've had the opportunity to interview some really fantastic people, but when you're so gifted at what you do, things just seem so easy and come so easy to you. But I think that's just years of your working on your craft, John Carpenter. So
thank you very much. By the way, am I ever going to get to see the students? I see you.
Yeah, due to 2020, the technology, they're there, but it's going to be complicated.
All right, never mind.
Yeah. Well, we'll do those, John Carpenter, and I'm going to call Audible Bettina that we'll try and get like students to do like a selfie of them watching us, and then we'll try and post on social media so you can see who was all out there. But that leads to me talking about the skill sets before we go to the next clip. People who are directing may not know all about musicianship, right? And how important is it because we talked about the plumbing earlier, how is it important for directors to know how to play music, right? Or having some type of music knowledge to it?
Oh, big. I mean, look at the famous composers that generally came from orchestral music. John Williams was a master at orchestral music. Bernard Herrmann, he conducted orchestras, so they would come from a great knowledge of and the history of music. Then there's more primitive composers like myself. I consider myself real primitive because I'm not really dependent on that kind of knowledge, as I don't have that kind of knowledge in music. They're just instinctual. But there are a lot of instinctual musicians. I would say probably Hans Zimmer is a little of both. He's an instinctual composer, but he can also do a very traditional scoring. He's one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's amazing. I think that's exciting to hear. But listen, John Carpenter, before we play the next clip, I think we have a very special treat and surprise. And if the treat and surprise is here, I would like for that individual to pop up on the screen if you can.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, the dynamic, the fantastic, the incredible Jamie Lee Curtis.
Hello, everyone. Hi there. Hello, John.
Hi, Jamie Lee. How are you? You're looking good.
Thank you for my life. Thank you for my life.
Great.
I appreciate everything about you. Mostly your music. Did you talk about the Coupe de Villes at all?
I have not, darling. I'm leaving that alone. I was
Why?
hoping you'd come. I was hoping you'd come on and talk about it because you're.
Well, I'm not a musician. I'm married a musician, but I'm not a musician. I appreciate music, but the Coupe de Villes was a rock and roll band. You, Tommy Wallace, and Nick Castle.
That's right. That's right, darling.
What was your instrument, John?
Well, we were all film students, so
Well,
we
okay.
we weren't a real band. We would just we had acoustic guitars, and we would sing for rap parties. As a matter of fact, we sang for your rap party.
I believe so. So, which is why I brought it up. I mean, this is a musical group of people who appreciate your talent as a musician, and I just thought most of them probably don't know that about you.
Well, thank you very much for illuminating me.
Well, no,
Jamie, we didn't know that, so thank you for dropping time for us.
He has secrets. He has secrets.
Yeah.
You know?
But Jamie, you brought that at the right time because we just got done discussing Christine and the song, and so I was just talking, Jamie, to John about rock and roll and rock music and the use of rock, and in particular that scene, and how I was wishing, Jamie, that there'll be more rock and roll and more horror film. And I don't know where we went wrong and how we don't use that type of genre of music enough in horror. I see you contemplating, Jamie.
Well, no, I'm saying, you know, I would have to be well versed in the music and horror films, and that would mean I would have to be a fan of horror films to have actually been well versed to answer the A question. Unfortunately, I am C, none of the above, and therefore I'm effing useless in this conversation. I wouldn't know if you used Beethoven or Spinal Tap in a horror movie because I don't see them.
Wait, Jamie, D, how do you not see horror films?
Because they scare me. I mean, honestly, I am a perfect, I will tell you, just because it popped into my head, that when I was 15 years old, John knows this, when I was 15 years old, my parents screened The Exorcist at they had a screening room or a screening facility. And I was 15, and I had been asked by Ray Stark, who was the producer of that movie, if he would allow me to audition when I was 11. And of course, my mother was like, yeah, I don't think so.
No.
And then the movie came out. And so Tubular Bells, that piece of music from The Exorcist, was my sort of high school go-to. I did a dance to it, which is kind of macabre, with blood dripping down my face. Little did I know that I would end up in movies with Mr. Carpenter with blood dripping down my face. But anyway, but Tubular Bells popped into my head as a piece of music that was associated to a horror film, which may have been the last horror film I ever saw.
Well, I think, Jamie, because to be fair, The Exorcist will scare the living daylights out of you, right? I'd still refuse to sit from beginning to end and watch The Exorcist. Like, why would I do that?
I would be frightened with all of it. Yes, Mr. Carpenter, please say something smart.
Hey, Jamie, any chance that you could recreate that little dance you did with Tubular Bells and blood? Can you do it for us?
Okay, here's what I will do. I am going to do one thing for you, only for you, mister. Only for you. So here was the deal. It was a dance concert for my junior year of high school. And imagine a stage with a curtain drawn, and then the curtain opens, and all that you see on the stage is this. And imagine I had a little blood pack in my mouth, and I bit on it right when I knew they were pulling the curtain so that the blood would just be trickling out of my mouth. Imagine this as the opening, moment of the Tubular Bells dance solo that I did.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. There she goes.
Oh, wow.
Wait.
So this is happening, John Carpenter. This is happening.
Unbelievable. Look at that.
It's happening. Jamie, you're doing it.
That was the moment. That was what it looked like on the stage. Was me like this with blood trickling out of my mouth. Anyway.
Show business is in her veins.
Oh yeah, baby.
Jamie Lee Curtis, nobody lays on the ground like you. Nobody. Nobody. Like,
you know what? I'll tell you this. Nobody would care if I laid on the ground if it wasn't for John Carpenter. So honestly, I'm going to just do this. I'm going to get off this so that you guys can actually talk about the things that people are caring about, which is music. I appreciate your art, your talent. Obviously, the opportunities you gave me a life that I would never have had, John Carpenter. So thank you. Thank Deborah.
John, I mean, Jamie
Love
Lee
you,
Curtis,
Jamie Lee.
Take it easy.
I love you too, John.
Jamie Lee Curtis, if I can just ask you one question.
Oh, fine.
Jamie Lee Curtis, you're not going to get off the Zoom that easy. This is like a dream for a journalist like me to ever have this moment. This is a moment I didn't even know I wanted to have. Yes, for the fan. Yes, for the fan.
Wow. Okay, keep going.
Yes.
Just you keep talking. No, keep talking.
As you have
keep
the fan,
talking.
I'm totally going to keep talking.
No, you have to keep talking because I have to put on my mask because it's COVID. So
Oh my God.
What do you want to know? What would you like to know?
My mask is not as cool as your mask, so like I just have to keep going. So you didn't like horror. So how does someone like you go out for the role of Laurie and you didn't like horror?
Well, it doesn't matter what I like. You're an actor. I was so thrilled. It's funny. I did a little Q&A recently with Neve Campbell, and the two of us were talking about our first jobs, hers in the Wes Craven movie. And we were talking about that exact thing about like, how do you end up in horror films? And the truth is that the two of us said, all we saw was our character's name on every page of the script. And both of us had been doing work where we were given tiny, tiny little morsels to do. And here was page after page after page, which allowed you to sort of try to build a character. So honestly, as you can tell, because I've sold yogurt that makes you shit for 7 years, I will do any kind of work to sort of take care of my family and do what I do. But in that moment, I would have probably done anything for Mr. Carpenter, but the fact that he allowed me to be Laurie Strode, someone who's then given me this incredible family of fans who have loved her and cared for her and have carried her through shitty movies and wonderful movies like the 2018 movie that we made, as well as obviously the 1978 movie. So God bless everybody, and I'm so glad that you all are celebrating this brilliant man and his music, which is his passion, by the way. He could give a shit about the rest of it, but his passion is the music. And
thank you so much, Jamie Lee Curtis, for coming on.
God bless you all. John,
God bless you.
All right, darling.
Be well. Peace. Bye.
Deuces. John Carpenter, that was the coolest moment that you got Jamie Lee Curtis to show us that dance routine of hers. And by that dance routine, laying flat on the ground. John, you're still directing. You're still directing her. You're still directing her after all these years. But let's get back to the music. In the final clip I want to play, you mentioned bands earlier. So I think it's only then right that I had the team cue up. I didn't know if I was going to play this or not, but cue up the clip of Escape from New York City. That was the coolest thing, John Carpenter. Talk to us a little about Escape from New York City, because John, I literally think it's so metaphoric that I did that one, as we're now sitting in this global pandemic that we are in, and people are literally escaping from New York City. Talk to us a little bit about like this song right here.
Escape from New York was a cooler version of a rock and roll song, which told you there's something coming and it's not good, and the future is not really very good. Future is dark, but there's a beat that's driving it. There's a piano line, very simple piano line, because once again I'm playing, so it's got to be simple. The band that you saw there is the band that we toured with. My son, godson are playing, and we're having a great time. But it is one of my favorite pieces of music that we did. I really liked it.
Mm-hmm. The video was a really cool video shoot. Where was it recorded at? Like, was it in the studio? Like, the lighting to me is telling the story, if you ask me personally, but I'm curious.
That was Ocean. What was the name of that? Ocean Studios in Santa Monica, and
okay.
we picked a room and had a great time. It was just so much fun. Yeah, it was dark and moody.
Yeah,
that's my career, is dark and moody.
I love that the career is dark and moody. I think the dark and moody has been so illuminating for you, right? In this element, in this scene. Well, John, I don't want to hog up all the time. We have some questions here from our Academy Gold students who have some questions that have been coming in and populating into the chat. The first one comes from, and I hope I'm not messing up the name wrong, Rodrigo Gomez. He asked a really interesting question. He says, it's a fact that scary music makes a difference when building tension and fright on a horror movie. Like, we can notice, let's say, Psycho, Jaws, Halloween itself. Rodrigo, John, would like to know your thoughts on the use of music in horror in the last 10 years. If you have a favorite example of that, in particular, your opinion on the films of Jordan Peele, Ari Aster, and/or Mike Flanagan.
Well, I don't want to give opinions on other directors' movies particularly, but God, in the last 10 years, well, there's one, horror movies generally follow the same pattern. Most of them are horrible, bad. A few of them are fair. Fewer of them are good, and very few are great. So in the past, I don't know, it's since 2007, I believe it was, there was a Swedish movie called Let the Right One In. And that reinvented the vampire myth. It was really fascinating. Most of the music in modern films is really great, but it's sparse and to the point. A lot of talented directors are working. And I don't want to talk about their work, but really, really good directors.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, thank you, John. The next one comes from Academy Gold student, Sahil Jindal. The question goes, how do horror composers decide when to create a texture-based score versus a traditional melodic harmonic score?
In the tradition of, it still goes on, is the composer meets with the director in a screening room and they watch the movie together. And it's called a spotting session. And the director would say to the composer, oh, I want a score here. Oh, I want a soft score here. Would kind of direct and talk about what he was looking for. Then traditionally the composer would go off, maybe come back, little doodlings on the piano, say, was this what you had in mind? Is this what you had in mind? So that's the general idea. The director kind of cues the whole thing. Always has, always will. He's the one who says, this is where I want music. Or to the contrary, let's don't have any music. That's can be really effective in any film. Just take the music out, play it silent.
Silent is a sound all to in itself.
It is. It is.
I want to go a little bit deeper on that one really quickly. When do you think it's best to use, and obviously it's director to director, feel by feel, instinct by instinct, but is there ever a good time that silence is best in a particular scene?
Wow. Well, there are no rules. Okay, the first thing is there are no rules. So if you want to kind of experiment, get your favorite old films out and watch them, but play them with the music muted and see how effective they are. Are you moved by them? The famous example is a movie called Grapes of Wrath. And it's an old film from 1940. There's a scene where Jane Darwell is moving and she's remembering things from the past. She holds up a pair of earrings, etc. John Ford, cornball John Ford, would put Red River Valley in the score. And it was horrible. But if you ever watch that scene without the music, it's really touching. It's amazingly touching. She's leaving her life behind, going out on the road. She's leaving everything behind. So there's an example. One of the great, I guess he's called one of the great directors of all time, John Ford. He could use a little editing.
Yeah, I love that. And John Carpenter, this is why I love music and film, because the use of it is so important and powerful. John, this next question comes from Michael Barnum. He asks, how unlikely was a production of They Live during a pro-capitalist Reagan 80s? And how likely could such an outspokenly anti-capitalist film be made today?
It was my scream in the night about Reaganism. I couldn't take it. Everybody was celebrating it. And it was just unrestrained capitalism, which is as bad as anything else. But it's unlikely that it got made then. Nobody embraced me making it. And I don't know. I think it could be made now. I really do. I think it could be made.
Yeah. Well, I want to move on to our next student, Arnaldo Terral. Says, are there certain things you ensure to sustain the feeling of dread, horror throughout an entire movie?
No, just storytelling and instinct. That's what you need to call upon. And everything else falls into place. It's very simple.
Got it. Simple. Students, if you're noticing the theme here, kiss it, keep it simple, right? I love how he's emphasizing that one. The next one comes from David Ramon. What do you feel are essential aspects of scoring for horror films? Is a minimalistic approach, the themes, cueing the right moments in a scene?
There are no rules, and there are no aspects of scoring for a horror film I can tell you. It all depends on the film, the director, and the composer. You look at an old movie called The Thing from Another World. Dmitri Tiomkin, one of my favorite composers, did the music for it. And it's a full-blown orchestral thing, and it really works. It works as well as some of the simplistic stuff. So once again, let's keep all this really simple. Real simple. It's the story is first, and it's the instinct of the director. That's what it's all about.
That. I love that. John, you're rocking these out, man. The next one comes from Leanne Leonard. How do you stay creative and inspired, especially during these times? Good question.
Well, you know, that's always there. I grew up with it. It was in my youth. And it's always there. It's always a part of me. I'm exploring the world of comic books, writing for comic books with my wife, and music, as I've said. There's some new projects, television, which is somewhat different than movies. but it's all storytelling. It's the story that you want to tell. What is it? And what are the specifics?
John, you mentioned, and that's how I introduced you, you know, with the comic books, the video gaming, and the music. Do they all feed each other? Meaning that, you know, there's always that popular phrase where, you know, like minds, they say iron sharpens iron, right? When you venture out into these other genres of creativity, do they sharpen other areas of creativity?
I think they do for me. They're all inspiring to me. And video games are just a whole different art form, or just a different deal. You have to approach video games differently than a movie, and differently than appreciating or watching a movie. But to me, they're all inspirational, and they're all fun to do, and all a great waste of time.
All right. Another question comes from Gotham Namasteum. The question goes as follows. What are the preparations that you would love for the director to do before the scoring so that he can effectively communicate the vision with you?
Well, directors generally know the movie by that point. So just to be open to the composer giving you ideas that are going to make the movie better. But tell your story the way you see it, and the music should support the image. Always, the music should support the image that you've got on the screen.
All right, and we have one more question, John. Jake Reese asked, what are your major inspirations for creating the monsters or creatures in your movie?
Again, those are details. Monsters are details that come out of the story. What's the story about? So you have a monster, a story about a spaceship that lands thousands of years ago, and there's a creature in it that imitates human beings and imitates them perfectly. So you can fashion what your monster looks like out of that. Basically, the monster looks like anything. So you just use your imagination there and visual art to make it work. Lon Chaney Jr. played the Wolfman. He's a guy who turns into a wolf. Well, you know, that's what you're going to have to deal with there.
Yeah.
You got Boris Karloff as Frankenstein. It's all comes out of the story. Monsters come out of the story.
Well, with that being said, I want to talk about, if you can, along the lines of monsters, the Mask with Michael Myers. Why the decision point for the mask, and why the use of such a simplistic mask? Because some of the other ones you just mentioned, they're elaborate, they're colorful, some are blood. But why the decision to do the simplistic element of a mask?
The Halloween mask is a blank human face, is all it is. So you project into that as a viewer, and you can project all sorts of things, evil, intent, and it's lasted all these years. That mask, it's white, so it reflects light at night. I mean, it was a lucky guess on our part. Lucky guess.
John Carpenter, I don't think nothing is lucky with you. I think very intentional with part luck. We have questions coming in from all over the world. I just wanted to ask this last question before I close out. It says, in composing music for your films, do the creative impulses of composing and directing come from the same place and simultaneously? How does one feed the other?
Yes, and yeah, it all comes from the same place. It all comes out from this little kid who used to go to the movies all the time, and used to fell in love with movies for basic reasons. His unhappiness in his life drove him to the movies, and he learned all about how to make them. And that's where it all comes from. All of it.
I'm gonna ask my final question before I have you give any closing thoughts you have for the students. the horror genre is evolving, right? I'm thinking about the earlier question where Rodrigo Gomez asked about the music over recent years. I'm just curious in terms of your thoughts on how horror has had so many now subgenres of horror films, right? From psychological to dystopian. I'm just curious, what's your thoughts on the growth and evolution of horror films in current times?
Horror films reflect the society in which they're made and the times in which they're made. And they leach ideas from the society and the mores that are going on, what people believe, what they want to believe, and make use of them. And the malaise of the times shows up in horror films. And usually, the better the times, the more horror films. People want to see horror films when times are good. Right now, with the pandemic, I mean, it is ripe for a lot of horror, but I think people want to see comedy. I don't know. What do I know? But that's my feeling.
I think you know a lot, John Carpenter, and with you knowing a lot, is there any final advice that you would like to impart to our students who are watching right now?
All right, directors, the most important thing, aside from learning how to do the plumbing, coming up with a great story, is keeping your vision intact. Don't let a lot of people put their hands on it. Try to fight for final cut and fight for your vision on the screen. Because years after all of this is over, that's what's left, and that is you. That's my advice.
That's so good. John Carpenter, thank you for your gift of artistry. Thank you for creating such incredible film properties that has stuck with us time after time. Thank you for making such great, fantastic music. Thank you for just being John Carpenter and reminding us to keep it simple. Don't make it complicated and don't overthink things. That's going to be my takeaway myself. Thank you so much, John Carpenter.
Mike, thank you. It's been a blast.
Yeah, I've had too much fun. Students who are watching right now around the world, now it's time for lunch. So please go grab something to eat and come back and join us at 1:30. We'll be back. This third panel is the bomb. I was just in the green room, well, virtual green room with them. And let me tell you, it's the most dynamic panelists we've ever had when it comes to this category that you guys are about to learn from. All of our panelists, the movies are off the chain as I get in closer. I'm so jealous of the moderator that she has the ability to do this, and she's going to be fantastic. I cannot wait for you guys to meet her. Her energy is fantastic. She's super cool. She's super chill. Audrey Cleo Yap, she is a multimedia journalist. She's based in Los Angeles. She's a corresponding producer with all the things you love and know, from TV Guide to Reels Channel to E. I mean, come on, E, really? I mean, does it get any cooler than that? And of course, the Wendy Williams Show. I mean, you already know how much fun she is going to be. And she keeps going. I mean, from Yahoo to ESPNW to The Atlantic. If I was moderating her, I would ask her about The Atlantic because those articles are way too long. So I don't even know how long it takes for her to write those articles. It takes me an hour to read The Atlantic articles. But enough about me. I want to bring Audrey on because I want her to get straight to the beard. And she knows what I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, your moderator for the next panel, Audrey Cleo Yap. Take it away, Audrey.
Like Mike said, I am Audrey Cleo Yap, and I am so excited to be closing out spooky season and Halloween with you all with the Lights, Camera, Action production panel with some serious genre heavyweights. Let's go ahead and introduce our esteemed panelists. So first up, we have legendary special makeup effects creator Rick Baker. He is a 7-time Academy Award winner, winning the inaugural Oscar for makeup for the film An American Werewolf. Wave hi to everyone. Yes, best background, and that is the beard that we are jealous of. All right, next we have cinematographer Maxime Alexandre and production designer Jennifer Spence, who have worked together on several horror films, notably from the Conjuring cinematic universe. Hello. All right, and last but not least, Academy Award nominated costume designer Louis Cicada and cinematographer Checo Varese, who worked together on It Chapter 2, will be joining this panel. Awesome. Welcome, panelists. Welcome, everybody joining us. Panelists, go ahead and you can unmute yourselves. So I want to talk to all of you about how you got started in your careers in entertainment and what made you want to pursue this industry in the first place. So Rick, let's start with you. I want to know, was there a moment where you were like, aha, this is what I want to do with my life. This is what I want to devote countless hours to.
Yeah, there was. I was the first generation of kids to grow up in front of a television. And, every Saturday night, I think, or it's Friday or Saturday night across the country, they would show horror films with horror show hosts. And I was just fascinated by fantasy and science fiction and horror movies. I used to think when I was, at the age 10, I decided I wanted to be a makeup artist. Prior to that, I thought I wanted to be a doctor. The thing was, I really wanted to be Dr. Frankenstein. As you can see, I'm a Frankenstein. This, by the way, is a 3D printed model that I made myself for fun because I'm a fan. I duplicated the entire laboratory in machines and everything. But I'm an only child. I had working class parents. My mom worked in a bank. When she'd come home from work, have to go to the grocery store, she would take me because we didn't have childcare. And I always kind of hated going to the grocery store. But I'd go look at the magazines. And one time I found this, I looked and there was a magazine called Famous Monsters of Filmland on the magazine rack. And I opened it up and it had an article called Boy into Monster. And it showed a makeup artist making up a kid into a monster. And it was like, that's what I want to do with my life. I want to be a makeup artist. I want to make monsters. I don't want to be a doctor. I mean, it turns out I'm really squeamish. People have a hard time believing that because I've done some gory makeups, but real life blood and stuff really affects me. And I pass out actually. So I wouldn't be a very good doctor, but it was like, an aha moment when I saw that someone did this and they could make a living at it. And I wasn't born in the film industry. I didn't know anybody in the film industry. I didn't realize how hard it was going to be to get into it, but I had the blinders on and that's what I want to do with my life. And I never had a plan B and never looked back.
So Rick, you knew from a very young age. I'm curious, and panelists, please jump in, to answer these questions. But for Jennifer, did you know at a young age that you wanted to be part of movies, that you wanted to work on movies?
Well, I'm kind of like Rick. By the way, that scene in Werewolf, wow. I mean, every time I watch it, I always think of the nose stretch. It's amazing. I bow down to you. It's amazing. But I grew up with like Vincent Price and all the scary movies that you can think of when we were kids and not allowed to watch. And I didn't actually start the industry until I moved to Los Angeles so many years later. So I had no concept that I could even be a part of this. Like it wasn't even on my radar for the first part of my early life. So when I moved to Los Angeles is when I really started paying more attention to what was going on. And then when I came here in the 90s, I started working, I was just a young person trying to figure out how I was going to spend my time. And I ended up, because I could paint, I ended up becoming a scenic artist and worked my way through that. But I think I really decided that I had a knack for it. I was working on a Rob Zombie music video, and we were in the basement of this Los Angeles, beautiful Los Angeles theater, and I had put this big scene together, and the wind was blowing, and this beautiful red fabric was moving, and all of a sudden I thought, oh my God, I'm really good at this. Like, I'm actually an artist, and I really want to do this. So that's what made me want to do film, because film lasts longer and tells a bigger story. So that's where I fell in love with it.
And the rest of our panelists, what were your aha moments that you knew that you wanted to do this as a career?
So I was a fashion designer of course, I love film, and I remember seeing Blade Runner about 23 times. Totally in love with this whole fantasy world being created. But I was a fashion designer, and I had a store. I was 24. I was doing a line, and I met with the buyer for one of David Cronenberg's films. So I met some folks that were working on that film. And then I met some people and went to, oddly enough, Friday the 13th, the series, the set, the Curious Goods set, which was full of antiques. And I remember walking in and smelling the set, and the set smelt like an old store. And it was an immersive thing that it was beyond, you know, school being theater and lighting and being attracted to that. But this was, you know, 3D, walk in, cobwebs, turn the corner, and it's all just flats. And I fell in love with that, the romance of that, the notion of people coming together. Again, coming from fashion, being by myself, this was a community of people. And so for me, it was coming together in an empty room, creating a whole world, and living that time frame, and then creating something, and then tearing it down, and seeing that space empty again was like intoxicating. And so for me, that has been my lifeline of working in film.
Checo and Maxime.
So for me, I was a happy architect in South America, in Peru in the 80s, in the economical crisis 348 of the decade. Nobody was building anything, and somebody needed a translator. And I spoke a little bit of English, and then somebody needed a translator that knew how to go to the highlands in a pickup truck, and then that was me. And it was a National Geographic Explorer documentary. And after 2 days, I was in the back of the pickup truck trying not to fall out of it with the cameras and changing the lenses. And I just decided that was the rest of my life. You know, I would never draw anything. And then one thing led to the next one. I was a news cameraman for 14 years. And then I ended up working with Luis in It Chapter 2, 30 years later.
Oh, we worked together on another project as well.
Yes, and The Strain, which I'm gonna ask you a question about someone's little gauze on top of his shoulder later.
Maxime, what was your aha career moment?
Thank you, Audrey. So my big part of my family is on the cinema, so I basically grew up on sets. And I like to say that I basically I spent my childhood like walking on moons, talking with Cleopatra, or seated next to little Nemos. And then growing up, you're just understanding that all that magic thing that's surrounding you is more technical, much more difficult than you think it is. And I started to get curious and travel with my stepfather, which was an AD. And at that period, we had no digital photos and no nothing. And in Europe, the AD was kind of the first person who would start to do scoutings. So I spent days and days on the car with him, and I taking photos of the location, and I realized that photos were not very soon, that were not only about beauties or about memories. They are, but they're not only of these. And he teach me about how to communicate it. Like, for example, when you find a location, you're looking for a house, you need all the information that the director needs to be able to choose that location, which would be photos on 360 degrees. Today is very easy. In the past, you would have to do take by shot by shot on the side, and then learning how to do it properly, not to have curves, and learning how to find all the information, like where is the south, where is the north, and whatever. And so that's why I get very excited about the photography by itself. And then things went one after the other one. I don't think I have had a moment, one day I would be a cinematographer, because when I was then second or first focus puller, it would have been absolutely impossible. I mean, it's like I've been working with many DPs like Darius Conjito, Nino Delicoli, and when you look at them working, it's just like, I'm never gonna get there. And then things happening one after one, and then been lucky, just been lucky. There is a point about the first movie, if I may say right away, because I'm the last one for that question, is the fact that I'm always saying lucky. Not everybody's agree with me, but when you do your first movie, you have to do the best of your work, and you have to be lucky because the movie has to be a good movie, because you can do as best as you can, but then if the movie doesn't work, you will restart again and restart again.
Well, everyone's very lucky to have you here on this panel and all of the other panelists. So great stories. And let's talk about something that I think is on the minds of a lot of everyone watching, which is getting that first gig. We talk a lot about getting your foot in the door, getting that first internship. So I want to know, what was your first job in the industry and how did you get it? Rick, I'm sure you have a good story.
Yeah, it's funny when you were talking about being in the right place at the right time or whatever. When I turned 13 years old, like I said, I grew up in very lower middle class, and my parents didn't have very much money, but 13, I was going to become a teenager. And they said, what can we do that's special for you on your 13th birthday? And this is when Universal first started the tour. And I said, I'd really like to go on the Universal tour. And in my brain, I was going to hop off the tram and find the makeup department and get a job, And on the way, I noticed, I knew that Don Post Studios, which was a studio that made these Halloween masks, these high quality Halloween masks, were by Universal Studio. So when we got towards Universal, I asked my dad if we could look it up and see if we could maybe go visit Don Post Studios. I was incredibly shy. That's one thing that attracted me about makeup as well. When I had made myself up and the face in the mirror wasn't mine, I could do things I couldn't do on my own. But there was no way I could have called Don Post Studios when I was 13. So my dad called, said, I have this, my son's really interested. He makes masks, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, they invited us to come over, gave us a tour, which was great. And on the wall, there was a photograph of this guy that I had read about in my monster magazines, a guy named Bob Burns, and it had his phone number. So I wrote it down. And then I had my dad call him at one point after we did the tour. And he and his wife, Kathy, were very generous. They invited us to their house. He worked as a film editor at a local CBS station. But he told me how difficult it was going to be to get into the industry, but he was very supportive. And I was so lucky to have supportive parents. It's a weird thing when you have a son that says he wants to make monsters for a living, like in 1960, it was, my mom said, I don't think that's really a job. I go, yeah, it is. Jack Pierce at Universal does it, But my very first job, I actually got, I used to do stop motion animation as well. Wanted to be Ray Harryhausen as well as Jack Pierce, and my dad, and one of the many jobs he had was a truck driver delivering plumbing supplies, and he accidentally went to the wrong building, and it was a place called Cloaky Productions, which made a show called Gumby and Davy and Goliath, stop motion animated kids show. And for some reason, they were in Covina, where I lived, which was east of Hollywood by 30 or 40 miles. And it was 3 miles from my house, so I could walk there. So I walked, I got a summer job. During the summer, I walked there with a box full of stuff. So I can make molds, I can sculpt, I can do stop motion, and I got a job there. From that job, I met people, like-minded people, kids that, Cloaky's was like a magnet for any weird kid that was into stop motion or monster movies and things. And I met Dennis Murin, I met Phil Tippett, I met Ken Ralston, I met all these guys who now all have a bunch of Oscars. We're all kids that wanted to work in the film industry. And that was my very first introduction to anything related to film. And it just snowballed from there. From that job, I actually got my first film, which was The Octoman. And as when the guys were saying, your work has to be good on your first job, and the first film has to be good. My first film wasn't good. I did the best I could do with what I was given, but from that film, I did get other films. So.
That's a great story. Checo, do you want to chime in just because you had such an interesting entree into the industry, what was your first real gig and how did you get it?
Sorry. I would highly recommend not to follow my path because it takes a real long time. But I never wanted to be really a news cameraman, but there was no actual, when I moved finally to Washington and decided that I'm gonna take over America and be the best camera assistant there was, I arrived to Washington and all my friends moved to some other business because the company was bought by somebody else. So I went to a building and none of them was there. So I'm like, okay. So and a friend of mine said, well, there is this small company called CN something in Atlanta. So I ended up in the second story of a big building of Turner Broadcast Television. And there was a small office called CNN. So I walked in and they said, oh, you speak Spanish? And I said, yes. Oh, we need a cameraman in El Salvador. So there you go. I decided that the best place to change and upgrade your profession is the airplane. So I flew in as a camera assistant and I landed as a cameraman. And then I took another plane 10 years later and I flew in as a cameraman and I landed as a Steadicam operator. And I took a fourth flight and I ended up doing music videos. And from there on, I really thank American Airlines and any other airline because in the plane I changed profession and I land as somebody else. It was a long path. I always knew that I would do narrative. I always knew that I would love to be on a set. But everything I learned as a news cameraman or as a documentary cameraman, it's a feedback into what I do because we tweak reality. You know, to do a horror movie, you have to tweak reality. I mean, sorry to break the news to everyone, but Pennywise doesn't really exist. It's the work of people like Rick and Maxine or myself and Luis and the actor. But you have to create the suspension of disbelief. And that suspension of disbelief, in my opinion, only gets created from the inside and you have to believe it. So when I watch a movie, I get scared and I cry and I laugh because if I don't, then the audience won't. That's my theory. So everything I did before, including architecture and cooking, I cook a lot. It's what helps me be who I am today, you know, I think.
It's beautiful. Must be hard to upgrade your profession right now because no one's really flying that much.
No, you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. I'll take in a plane next week.
Maxine, what was your first gig? You know, and how did you get? I mean, you started uniquely from everyone else as a young actor.
Yeah, no, my first gig as a cinematographer. It was a movie called High Tension. Directed by Alexandre Aja. And we met on a previous movie. He wrote the movie, but he was directing the second unit. And that's how we met. Like a few months after we found each other, we shot that movie in Bucharest, in Romania. And yeah, that was my very first experience as cinematographer.
Jennifer and then Louis.
I think while I had done so in the early part of my career, I'd done so many music videos and things like that. And then one of my friends introduced me to Jeanette Vernitello, and she had like a short. It was a short that went between Ring 1 and Ring 2, and so we did that together. And then I got a job as the art director on Insidious, and my husband and I actually did it together because the production designer, his name's Aaron Sims. He has his own company as well, and he was super busy. So he's like, "You need to help me do this because I really don't know how and to hire a crew and stuff." And so, you know, it was my first really big movie that I was involved with, and I think that, you know, looking back on it, I was just on autopilot because I was just having so much fun with all the creativity and stuff like that I really wasn't aware of like what was changing in my life, you know, as it was happening. I was just kind of in the moment, and as you know, as every movie that I ended up getting after that, it always felt like, is this really my, you know, like I just didn't think of myself as an artist or as that person. And I think because, you know, when I was a kid, my dad was like the same with Rick. You can't make a living doing art. Come on, you know, get a real job. And so now that I'm here, it feels so amazing that I can kind of say, well, you know, you were wrong. There is a big ha. So, you know, every film I do is an incredible creation, and I wouldn't be able to do it without all of my crew that help me so much when I'm doing something. So it's the people that you meet. You know, you never know who you're going to meet and who's going to give you a leg up in this industry, and you don't actually have to be connected in any way to a famous person, because I'm from a really small little town in Canada. I never thought I'd be in Hollywood making movies. So.
Awesome. And Louis, your first gig, tell us about it.
So it's a continuation of my last story, Friday the 13th, the series. I fell in love with the set. I got the job as a wardrobe trainee, and it was a 3-man crew, which, you know, in modern day now would be kind of laughable, but it was 3-man team, and I was the trainee, and I drove the wardrobe truck and did the breakdown and aging on all the costumes, and we did different stories. It was an anthology series, and I just worked really hard and was really open to learning every aspect of the craft. And so taking what I had learned from my own line and learning how to be the assistant, and then the set supervisor and the truck supervisor and the assistant designer, and I was lucky to work with some great people that we kind of traveled together, which I wouldn't recommend necessarily as a general rule, but it worked really well for me. In fact, the producer that I'm working right now with on Nightmare Alley is the same producer for my first film job 33 years ago. So there's strength for that connection. But you know, always did the best job I could, was nice to everybody. You will find that the PA from production will be the production manager in 7 years, and will be a producer in 12 years. And you know, it's a good rule of thumb just to be as open and kind to everyone that you work with.
Always a good rule. Actually, Louis, you would be a great person to answer my next question, which is about processes that you all go through. We saw those fantastic examples of your work, but I'm curious, you know, okay, so you lock up the gig. When does your process begin? Does it begin by looking through the script and starting with that? Is it conversations with the director? Like for you, Louis, you're a costume designer. Where does your process begin? How do you start calling inspiration?
I mean, for me, it's the script. Obviously, it's when you're reading the script, if those images start conjuring up in your mind, you know you've got a great script. I find if you don't have a good script, then you're like, whoa, what's that kind of looking like? But the script for me is what turns my creative juices going, and then it is pulling imagery and speaking to the director about his or her viewpoint of the script. But then it's pulling, you know, thousands of images to bring together into a cohesive package per character and per world that you might be working on, to refine that vision so that we're all speaking the same language. So then when we're moving forward as a cohesive group. So yeah, imagery is number one.
What about for you, Rick? Where would the process begin for you?
Well, yeah, it starts with the script, and you know, like Louis said, if it's well written, right away you kind of get images in your head. I oftentimes almost instantly see what I think it should be. You know, the hardest thing is to see what the director thinks it should be. You know what I mean? And you know, for example, when I got a call about How the Grinch Stole Christmas, I instantly envisioned what I thought the Grinch should look like, which it ended up looking like. But then I said, I have no idea what the Who's are. You know, in the book, the people that live in Whoville kind of look like little weird insect people, you know, and I didn't have a clue what to do with those guys. And I was really worried too, because Cindy Lou Who was a kid, and I knew that you can't put a kid in a 3.5 hour makeup, you know, because of the time they can work, you know. So I usually, like I said, a vision will come to me, but then the problem is, like I said, the director or producers or whoever all have to agree upon that. And that can be very difficult. It used to be in the old days, for example, in An American Werewolf in London that you showed the clip from, which was in 1980, actually, when I started working on that. But John Landis, my second film was a film called Schlock, low budget independent film done in the 70s that John did. And he had already written American Werewolf in London. And he told me the whole story and told me he wanted to do a transformation in a way that had never been done before. He said, I want to see the pain. I wanted the guy to be able to move. I don't want it to be Lon Chaney Jr. sitting in a chair and lap dissolve, from one to the next, And he said, how would you do that? I go, I don't know, but I would love to do that, But John, when we finally, 10 years later, we made the film. And, but John, I said, what do you want for the werewolf? And he said, I want a four-legged hound from hell. I personally like two-legged werewolves. And I tried to convince him to do a two-legged werewolf, but he's the director. He goes, no, I want a four-legged hound from hell, make it. But the good thing was, he said, you're the expert, you design it, you make what you think is best. So I didn't have to jump through a bunch of hoops of like, do you like this design? Do you like this design? Do you like this design? My original design, I started sculpting the wolf, and that's what we ended up with. The Jack character, who's the thing like that. I did some paintings. I didn't even show them to John. I just started sculpting it. The Nazi demons, I just started sculpting. And I think that stuff still looks good this many years later. And I think the problem is now there's so many things get watered down. There's so many people involved that it's like, well, why don't you change this? And maybe if you change that, or maybe you change that. And again, that's one of the reasons I ended up retiring, because it was soul sucking, when you have adequate pre-production time, but you spend most of that pre-production time just changing little tiny things instead of making the stuff, But yeah, the script is where it starts.
Absolutely. And like you said, it's a lot of people, a lot of effort into these things that look so brilliant on camera. So then for like Jennifer and Maxime, I want you to talk about like your relationship, your working relationship. At what point how closely are you working together? At what point in the process do you guys start a dialogue? Bring up any of the films that you have worked on together.
You go first, Maxime.
I knew it. I'm going first to answer the question, but she's always the first one on the project, yes, by the way. Sure. So, well, my steps is that. By the way, I have to say that my previous answer was extremely brief, just because I got distracted by the answer of everybody else, and I was just like stuck onto the Checo stories. I was thinking, and then I totally lost my and I went very broad. Short. So here about how do I approach a movie? As anyone knows now, it's definitely a first read. My first read is really like an audience. It goes in. I try to avoid to think what I would do, because I'm very easily distracted by gazillions of things. So a couple of reading through, then first conversation with the director and the producer. Usually, as Rick was saying, you need basically to share an idea that has to match, not too far away from the intention of the vision of the director, because if you're going left and you're going totally right, you lost the job. So it's a delicate approach. Then my next step would be what I like to call a light concept. I do a little editing in between photography and painting to kind of explain to the director on image what I felt, big words, a lot of rhetoric here, but just to explain a first step. And it's basically thinking that you get a bucket with like 15 images, and then he would take all those 50s. If I'm lucky, all of 50s get into the right direction. Otherwise, just like take them off. And then even if you have one, there is a starting point to find out either your vision or the direction that you want to get. And then, as I was saying before, my prep starts after production designer, usually. So it is indeed pretty difficult and to come on a set, if Jen or anyone. It's just like okay, my vision of the color palette in the photography is this one. That doesn't match. That doesn't match. I mean, it's like I'm stepping now into all the work that Jen did, and little by little try to shape the vision and the idea that I had with the director into what Jen had started and guided with the vision of the director and herself. And it's kind of an osmosis. It's like it's a teamwork. You know, we have all to think about. It's like I'm not doing a movie by saying, okay, I'm going to do the best photography of my entire life because I want to do. Yeah, again, it's. You need to do the best, but in osmosis with the team. And that's what I'm traveling a lot all around the world. And so I have every time to have new crews. Sometimes it's difficult, sometimes it's easy. That's why I'm very excited to work with Jen, because coincidentally wise, I don't know if it's in English, we end up doing many movies together. It's your turn now.
Yeah, we're close now. I deliver, you know, banana bread and coffee when he's cranky, and oh, we've been doing a lot of films together. But you know, whenever I'm doing a movie with Maxime, there's always a time when I'm on my own, and at the beginning with the director, and I scout all the locations before and try to, you know, hone it down to a few things. So then once Maxime gets on, we work together with the director and try to choose the best ones out of the ones that I've sort of, you know, I've made a shorter list of what I think might work for the story. And then, you know, it's a matter of developing with everybody involved how we're going to tell this story and visually how we're going to move through the spaces. And I think that that's one of the things that I enjoy most about it, is that even though I'm reading the script on the paper, I'm very much, if I'm enjoying the script, I'm in it, you know. So all my thoughts, just like when you read a book, you sort of imagine what it's going to look like. So I'm already thinking about how I can create those looks, and I also keep Maxime's vision in mind in terms of, like, if I'm going to do a build or if I'm going to create a house like I have in the past when we did Annabelle Comes Home or any of those, I talk to him about how we can move through the set and giving him different ways and places to put his camera that can help tell the story in a more interesting way. And you know, for someone like David Sandberg, he's somebody who is really open to that and is really excited about that. So the three of us worked really well together, trying to find interesting spaces. And you know, the way you visually tell a story ideally makes all of it better. You know, it's like a wonderful flavored soup. You know, if everybody's in it and everything goes well, it has a fantastic outcome. So I think the key is to not you know, like overload everybody with all of your ideas, is to bring, you know, let everything come together from everybody else. And that means my crew as well, like everybody, my PAs, all the people on my staff, on my crew, I welcome their ideas, because a wonderful idea can come from anywhere. And certainly Maxime and I spend time on the set trying to figure that out. And if I didn't have his wonderful lighting, my sets wouldn't look as good as they do. So it's a super important part of my process, and I always enjoy having him there, because it's nice to have somebody that's your friend, you know, on that, besides being work buddies. It's nice to have a friend on set to, you know, because you're away from your family so much. Like, we all travel a lot, I'm sure of all of us, you know, and so it's nice to have friends on set that you can feel like you're a little bit at home. And I'm at home with Maxime because we've done so many films together.
want to try that soup now, Jennifer, that you're talking about. I think we're going to go into Q&A. I could talk to all of you for, I think, all day, but I'm going to open up the Q&A chat box and start going down the line. So let's see. This is a great question from Mayor. This is for you, Checo. A lot goes into shooting with mirrors and glass. What was your approach for the scene in the mirror maze? This is from It Chapter 2. It feels like such a complicated setup.
I can only blame myself. We were in one of the endless concept meetings. Remember, Luis? We had concept meetings and everybody's talking. And I got distracted, like Maxine just said, I get easily distracted and my attention span is very small. And then I hear the director saying, yeah, I want to do something different in the county fair. And I looked up and I said, oh, what about a mirror maze? As soon as I finished saying that, I'm like, oh my God, what have I done? I mean, it's like a mirror maze? It's suicidal. Not, it's like, so with the help of the our friends in the art department, the production designer, and Nigel, Nigel and I bought, well, Nigel bought, the art director for that particular set. He bought 80 or 90 little mirrors this size, some of them two-way and some of them one-way mirrors. He built the maze like on paper, and we started putting the mirrors in there. My contribution is I bought 2 nice bottles of wine, and I went to the office on a Sunday with, well, that 2 contributions. We had a little sort of witness camera on a pencil, literally attached to the cell phone. And we were walking through the maze and tweaking the mirrors themselves so we wouldn't see each other. I mean, we wouldn't see the pencil, which meant we wouldn't see the guy with the camera and the thing and my grandmother and the boom man and everybody else behind him. I'm proud to say that we built, I mean, Nigel, basically, I was just there for pouring the wine. We built it in a way that we only saw each other, we saw the camera twice. Of course, it has a lot of visual effects for other reasons, but, and then he took that little maze and made it really big, and we put 2-way mirrors in it, and it was a lot of fun, but the genesis was literally out of distraction. I was completely distracted, and I said, what about mirror maze? As soon as I said it, I'm like, okay, I just got fired, committed suicide, this is gonna cost a fortune. It actually didn't. We shot it in a day and a half or 2 for a movie that size and that complicated. It was very little. And then one last problem we had is like the ceiling. You would see the ceiling because there's mirrors, you see everything. So all of a sudden, Mr. Budget said, are you crazy? We cannot make this specialty made sort of ceiling. So we took a bunch of 20 by 20s, 12 by 12 things that we use for lighting, and we put it on top, and it looked like a ceiling of a cheap county fair. And it was fun. It was a lot of fun, actually.
I have to say, I have to jump in here. I walked through that set and I was terrified. It was incredible. And once again, it was yet another pinnacle of that experience of walking onto a set and going, oh my God, this is incredible. So beautifully lit and wonderfully designed. And I can only say thank you for giving me yet another career moment of profound inspiration.
It's all the wine that Nigel and I had.
Great stories, guys. Yeah, I always wonder if you get, I mean, I know you're working on all of this behind the scenes, but do you get scared at your own work?
Do I?
Yeah.
Always. If I don't cry, I try to operate as much as I can because I believe that the viewfinder is the only way the audience will see the movie. Because if you look at it in a little monitor, then somebody crosses and the craft service comes and I need another coffee like Maxine and another banana bread. So the viewfinder for me is the only way to see the movie like the audience will see it, because the audience hopefully is in a theater or at home with a 65-inch TV and this, or on a cell phone. But if I don't cry in a moment, I cry easily. I'm Italian Peruvian, so there is a thing that happens to me. It comes with the password. But if I don't cry or I don't laugh, I have doubts that the audience will cry and laugh. So to me, yes, I do get scared. Pennywise scares me all the time. I couldn't watch the movie literally on the premiere. I was like,
glad I'm not the only one. Daria Thomas asks, hello everyone, what's the hardest part about being in the industry? What are some tips that you would share for someone who wants to be in it? Anyone want to open up to the floor?
I'm gonna jump on it right away. Two things. The first is the hardest things is for me is my family, because I'm as all of us, we're traveling a lot, and as Jen was saying, yeah, that's the toughest part. Every movie, it's in between can be from 3 months to 4 months of work, and so I saw my son growing pieces by pieces, basically. And the other thing's pretty hard is that my son is scared about horror movies as much as I am, but he doesn't watch them, and he doesn't want to see my movies. I work and work and work and work and work, hoping that one day he will say, okay, I'm gonna watch that one. Even today there is Halloween. I say, so which one of my movies are you gonna watch? I'm not gonna watch another movie. I don't like horror movies. That's my second toughest things about my job.
That's unfortunate. Maybe one day. Kelly Morris has a great question. Can you guys talk about the collaboration with each other and the art department to make sure everything matches and works with the director's vision? I think, Jennifer, you talked a little bit about that. Rick, do you have any stories to share about collaborating with each other and the art department?
I do want to say something first about the hardest part.
Yes, please. Sorry, didn't mean to gloss over.
I don't think people realize the hours that you work in the film industry. A normal day is a 12-hour day. An average appliance makeup for me to do is a 3 to 3.5 hour makeup, which that starts before the 12-hour day. And then there's an hour removal time. Then you have to get home and try to get some sleep before you come back again at 2 in the morning or whatever it is. I used to get 2 a.m. calls all the time. That gets old pretty fast. When you go to work and you're working for 15 to 18 hours and you get a couple hours sleep and you're doing this for months on end. But it's also so fun. I mean, one of the things that's great about the film industry that I love is, you can time travel. Like when I worked on The Wolfman, you're in London in the late 1800s. Everywhere you look, there's people that look like they were, you really look like you're transported to that time, or you're transported to another planet, or any of that stuff. I mean, that's where the real joy kind of comes in, or when, but the hours are tough, and there's never enough time, and for the kind of stuff that I did back in the days, pre-digital days, when we did everything practical, most directors didn't want to shoot that stuff and would put it at the very last shot of the day. And then it's like, well, we've got 15 minutes left. We better do the big effects money shot, And it's like, what? It's like, I worked for 2 months on this and I have 15 minutes to try to get one take, which is going to be the money shot in the movie. And I said, yep, I mean, that was the difference with John Landis. John knew that the transformation was going to take time to shoot. He was smart about it. He asked me, we talked about it a lot. We made a plan. We storyboarded the whole transformation. We actually shot the transformation in American Werewolf in post-production. We had the wrap party. The set was pre-lit. We had a small crew, camera operator, a couple people, and mostly me with the makeup guys, So we would do this little bit, go in and shoot it, and we got it done. And it was great to not have it to be the last shot of the day, but it's hard. It's hard to work on a movie, just the hours and the standing and the traveling and the being away from your family. It's all really tough, The collaboration thing, I mean, that's what, again, I say this all the time. My wife always yells at me for it. It's one of the things I love about the film industry, and one of the things I dislike about the film industry is it's such a collaborative medium. When that collaboration works, it's a great thing. When you feed off of other energies of the other people, and then the work just gets better, and everybody's on the same page, and it's terrific. When that doesn't work, it can be hell. You know, your life can be hell. So it's tough. It's tough. You know, you got to be willing to work hard. And I mean, I thought about this lately and just thought of, you know, I mean, because I was in the business for, well, like I think 45 years, and I spent most of that time in a room without windows, you know, working with toxic chemicals, and you know, it's hard to have a real life when you're in the film industry. You know?
I wanted just to touch bases. I think it's true, all of it. And Maxine, you're right. The toughest part is the family part. I never signed up to be a submarine captain, you know, that you go like a nuclear submarine. You go in, you sink down, and for 6 months, you don't come up. And when you come up, my daughter, your son, it's all of a sudden. I have to admit, I'm lucky. My wife is a director, and we've done 7 projects together. She's a director, I'm a cinematographer. And so it becomes like the circus, you know, so the dog, the daughter, the wife, the tortoise, everybody moves to the next country. And we love each other there too, you know. But other than those occasional moments in between getting married to the other directors and divorcing my wife for a brief moment of time, it is very tough, you know. And I never signed to be a submarine captain, but that's what I feel I am. You know, I'm in a lonely apartment in Toronto, beautiful city. I'm in a lonely apartment, and every night is like, what am I doing? And every morning you wake up and you go again, and you are the submarine captain, and you try to combine all those things. But that's the one part that to me, in my heart, is hard. Everything else is fun. I'd like to be a submarine captain. I wouldn't be here, but it's hard.
Yeah. I second that, and I travel with just such a creature. He comes with me on every show to keep me company.
So to that, and because you are on these projects for a long time, and because it's also Halloween today, Robert Patricio Kalish asks, any paranormal thing happened while filming, or any spooky story on set experiences that you can tell us about?
Not to me. Right after when I meet with the producer, everything is paranormal, but on set, never.
I shot several times in Romania, East Europe, and it's nothing to do with the paranormal or something like this. But what they do often, they call the priest to come on set when the constructions are done. To, I don't know how you say in English, Benedict, the protect. They say, oh yeah, no, yeah. And then when we shot Annabelle, the second one, Annabelle, wait. And the actress was extremely scared about the doll, and she animal creation, yeah. And then she was terribly scared about the doll, sorry, that she wanted the production to call. She imposed a production to call a priest to again. I don't know how do you say in English, Benedire.
Bless.
Bless.
I've been on lots of locations where I feel like there's, you know, it's creepy. And I did a movie, I did the Rob Zombie movie in an old building in, was supposed to be one of the most haunted buildings in Los Angeles. It was called Linda Vista at the time. And the place had no power or anything like that. Most of it was broken down. And my girlfriend and I were set dressing up on the 3rd floor, and one of the help lights, even though there was no power in the whole building on our floor, the little button above the hospital hallway would turn on and off and on and off and on and off by itself. And none of the other ones were on, and there was nobody in the room. It was just me and her. So I've been creeped out a few times, and I think that there's something, you know, so I'm always a little nervous in new places, but I think that's part of the fun. You know, I think making movies is, you know, is such a fun part of it's like make believe for grown-ups. So I always like to have that, sort of not child, but like, lighthearted approach, so that I can enjoy what I'm doing, and it's so fun to be creative. So I try to keep that magic, the what if, and that's what makes horror movies so fun for me anyway, because I love creating new places and new and interesting space. So I kind of believe in ghosts.
I have that priest on speed dial just in case, right?
Exactly.
When we did when we did the Strain, the pilot of the Strain, the Guillermo del Toro books and series that Guillermo directed with Luis, that I'm gonna seg into Luis explaining something about one little custom he did. But we had a 767 plane that they rented, and they landed in Toronto terminal, and they placed it there because the first part of the movie happens in this plane. And I walked into the plane, and I don't believe in many things, but I do have a sensibility because I'm from that part of the world, and we believe in things. So I believe in the gods of the mountains to protect me from rain when I'm shooting outside. So I put a little coin under the dirt because you have to buy them in my part of the world. And I walked in the plane, and I felt something. It was very creepy. So I talked to the pilot, and I said, "So what is this plane?" Yeah, we rent the plane. And what is this plane? What do you guys do with this plane? Oh, lately we've been doing working for the Department of Defense, and this has basically been doing some renditions. So this plane was actually doing covered ops. And as soon as I walked into that plane, remember, Luis, as soon as I walked into that plane, I'm like, oh, yeah, something is wrong. So I don't believe in ghosts, but there were some bad feelings in that plane that somehow touched me somewhere. And sure enough, everybody dies in the movie. Sorry, I just spoiled the pilot, but I hope you saw it.
What was the question that you had, Checo, for Luis about his costumes?
The script reads that the master, which is this bad guy that ends up controlling the whole world, it doesn't describe it that much. And when we were in a meeting, and the master, he has this sort of ancient cloth on top. So by the way, I always go to Luis' office every movie because he has the best coffee, and it's the only place that somehow has some peace of mind and sense. And I ask him questions. Luis, what do you think about this? How do you approach this? So I always spend time, because of the coffee especially, but his wisdom is what. So I'll let Luis explain the genesis of this little cloth, that it would be something small.
So we get the script for the pilot, and the script reads, the master comes through the hole, and I speak to the money producer, and I said, well, what is this? We're shooting in 2 weeks, and what is this character that we haven't spoken about? And he said, don't worry about it. It's just some fabric. We'll just blow some fabric, and we won't see it for 4 episodes. And then, of course, going into a production meeting with Guillermo, he said, no, we must see the whole creature. And so it was this, beat the clock moment to have bouillon embroidery done in India, FedExed there and back, and fabric brought in, and size 22 shoes made for the actor who was 7 foot tall. And for me to do finals, I had to get on a ladder, literally, to do finals. And I looked over at Miles, our producer, and I'm like, just a piece of fabric, right? So that's kind of my joke with him.
All for a piece of fabric. I think that the resounding theme here is that it takes a village, right? And countless hours to create this stuff. So in our last couple minutes, I want to close off with one more Q&A question from Fahad Yosef. And he asks, or they ask, what things do you think about when it comes to creating a horror movie versus a movie from another genre?
No, I mean, every movie, and when I'm saying every movie, even if it's a different horror movie or another genre movie, has his own, for me, his own photography. the difference, I wouldn't go into what is the difference in between the photography of an horror movie or a comedy or an action movie. No, but I'm going to focus, because it's Halloween, I'm focusing on the horror movies, is that the peculiarity of when I'm going into that genre of movie is, which excites me really a lot, it's how am I going to play? You often find yourself into a dark spots, and the importance I think in horror movie, it's also like the depth of field. The depth of field. I think we all know what's depth of field, right? So doing horror movie is cinema, photographically while talking. It's more focused on about, you can do day or nights, but I never find myself doing like an action movie or comedy. Not that I did many of them, but having to thinking about how am I going to manage the depth of field or the darkness, or what do I want to see or what I don't want to see in my single frame. Language is totally different, and what is very exciting about our movies is that it's still photography, but with the language totally different.
I just agree completely with you. The only thing I would say is that it's sort of mathematic. In a horror movie, it's more mathematical. Like, it's what do I see, what I don't, and it's like Maxime said, it's about depth of field and about what you want to see. In an action movie, you probably have 17 cameras trying to see every single bit because the car crash. But in a horror movie, Maxime, you're completely right, is what you don't show. And that it's an art that you have. And it's an art that is very hard to interpret.
Yeah, and for my part, I would say that it's about, one, it's about creating something different each time, because there are so many horror films being made now. It's become such a popular genre. So it's how, but it's also about timing. And you wouldn't think that production design would be about timing, but it really is, because I have to, consider the director's storytelling and the way it's written, and provide the beats, to tell the story and to get those scares and those kind of things. And in the same way that, Maxime and everybody has to, create something that will cohesively create that really great scare that you see on camera. It's not just and she jumps out. There's a lot that goes into each scare. And if you don't, for me, if I'm not scared, if I don't get scared, because I create a lot of the sets that are on these movies, and you think, well, I never get scared, but I still go to my own premieres and end up jumping. Something will make me jump, and I'm surprised at it, because I know what's coming, but it's about timing and lighting and all of those things, and that make that magic come to life. So I think that's a difficult thing to create, but it's so important.
I mean, for me, it's understanding, the lighting levels, which are generally quite dark in horror, and so it's really understanding where we're sitting in the light level, and that'll impact the choice of tone in a costume, because nothing worse than having all these wonderful tones that just get totally compressed because of the low light. So I was trying to work with Checo and other DOPs to duplicate some of that lighting in the fitting room when we're taking our fitting photos for presentation, and we've got a lighting package probably bigger than a small independent film in the fitting room to duplicate that look.
And Rick, you want to close us out strong? What makes horror so special? What makes this genre so special?
I wish I knew. It's the genre that really got me interested in filmmaking and being in the industry, and it's the kind of film that I would like to work on. I wish I would have done more of, but I'm more old school horror movie. I'm not a big slasher movie fan, or like, how can you kill as many teenagers in the most graphic ways possible. I'm not a big fan of that kind of film. And I haven't seen a lot of newer horror movies. I liked the It movies though. I thought they were cool. I had a nice atmosphere and a lot of cool stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's nice to be able to have a safe way to be frightened, you know, and you know, it's like a roller coaster ride. You go on a roller coaster, it's scary, but you know, you're not going to die. You know, you can go to a horror movie and feel that fear, but you know that you're going to come out fine, you know, and as Jennifer was saying too, though, I mean, it's so hard when you work on a film, and especially when you make the stuff that's supposed to be the scary stuff, to actually get scared by the film. But when the film's really well made, I had the opportunity to work on The Exorcist. I was just a flunky assistant to Dick Smith on that film, but I did a lot of the work on the dummy where the head turns around, and Matt made all the foam rubber, and I knew what was going to be in the movie. But when I saw that film, I was as scared, as frightened by it as everybody else. And I went, this is great filmmaking if, you know, the guy who actually made the head that turns around and that made that stuff can be frightened by it, you know, when it happens. And you know, it's rare that happens, you know, but it's great when it does. And I mean, like I said before about being squeamish and stuff, if I see it well done makeup effects, gory things, like I can't watch war movies. I feel, you know, it freaks me out because I was so close to going to Vietnam, and thank God I didn't, you know, but that real life horror is what really scares me. And I think that's what horror movies have kind of become. I like the more, you know, Hunchback of Notre Dame, where you felt sorry for that guy. You know, Frankenstein's monster, you felt sympathy for. You know, he didn't ask to be created and to look like that. You know, and to me, that's the kind of horror movie that I'm attracted to, and I wish they made more of them.
Well, maybe someone watching will end up making that. I want to thank everybody for joining me. This has been such a great panel, such an insightful discussion. So thank you, panelists, and happy Halloween. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. And also stay tuned because we have the last panel. Panel 4 is about working above the line. It's going to be hosted by Mike Muse, and it starts in just a little over 10 minutes. Have a good Saturday, everybody. Thank you.
Man, this next panelist, I mean, they are really redefining the horror genre of how we think about horror today. And I think that's exciting. Reinvention. I'm all about the next iteration of something. And these final panelists are really ushering in something special, and they are dynamic. They have created all the films that you guys have loved, all the films you guys have jumped to. And I can't wait to be in conversation with them. So I've already told them you guys are excited. I've already told them the chat box is gonna be lit up. But most importantly, don't forget to go to the Q&A section, because I know I'm in the chat with y'all normally, but I won't be able to do the chat and look at the Q&A and look at my guests. And speaking of looking at my guests, another spoiler alert, there's another panelist who has a great set of hair. So I'll let you guys figure it out when this individual comes onto the screen. I basically have hair envy because, you know me, I'm bald. So I'm just envious and I'm jealous, and I'm just upset that, you know, mine is gone. So just bear with me. I'm in therapy still, as you can see. But enough of me. Let's just get to our first panelist. So to coming to the stage to talk about that and do a really cool breakdown is the incredible co-writers, directors, and producers of Antebellum, Mr. Gerard Bush and Mr. Christopher Rentz. What's happening, fellas?
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Hey. Good. How you guys doing today?
We're great on this Halloween. Good to be with you today.
No, I'm excited to be with you guys. Listen, the chat box, you know, we all love Instagram and the chat box. You got to check these guys out on Instagram, man. They are the coolest kids on Instagram, man. They have a really cool wave. But listen, gentlemen, I was going to get this right into it because I had the honor and pleasure of, I believe, being the first one to see Antebellum in the pre-screening phases once you guys rolled it outside of your staff and your crew when it came to New York City. And I remember seeing you guys do the introduction of the film, and I didn't know what I was getting myself into. It was one of those films where you don't want to turn your eyes away from it, and you're almost like a little bit confused as to what is happening. And you keep going back and forth between the real and the fantasy aspect of it. To me, this is like a new genre of horror, which kind of comes from like the fantasy horror, if you will. Talk to me a little bit about this concept of fantasy horror and why you thought now was a time to bring this film to fruition.
I mean, for us, we feel like at this particular inflection point in the democratic experiment that is America, it's more crucial than ever that we can bring a whole host of really urgent issues to the forefront, not the least of which within this context is race in America. But we recognize that we needed to frame it in a way that wasn't sort of your typical fare. It had to be constructed in such a way that we could put a horror lens and have people look back at the history of this country's original sin through the prism of horror. And that is what I think all around motivated us to take that approach.
I really didn't know you guys' bio, to be honest with you, before I went into Antebellum. I almost wish I would have read your bio prior to, and it's rare that you read a writer, producer, director's bio before you actually see the film, but you guys speak my language. I'm known around the country as a person who intersects politics and pop culture. I get people to see policy through lifestyle, through sports, music, film, fashion, and technology. And the reason why I love doing a social discourse on film and really art for the next person who's coming up with the great hair is because to me, art and film moderates our social dynamics of what's happening. Film and art put a mirror up to society and makes us question who we are. It makes us think about what's going on in the moment and question that. You guys' background is that. I mean, you guys have done policy things and political stuff with, Amnesty International. You work with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. You work with Priority USA. You guys have worked with a lot of the people that I've worked with or I'm in touch with or people I engage with on, I wouldn't say a daily basis, but on a continuum to really move the needle forward. And in particular, I love the work that you guys did with Jay-Z's 444 album with that video Kill. I didn't know you guys did that. And so for me, once I began to see the construct of your work, it began to answer so many things of the why of Antebellum. So I'm curious, Christopher, we're all in this space now where normally, we would go to films for fantasy, for escapism, right? But you couldn't have planned, as Gerard said, this democratic experiment that is, some would say are going wrong. It's current times, I'll leave it at that. But this is literally life imitating, film imitating life imitating film with the militias and all these things that are popping up. How do you think Antebellum is moderating this discourse? Because it dropped right in the middle of all of this dynamic.
It did, yeah. I as you know or may not know, it was supposed to come out before all of this. We made it a couple of years ago, and it was supposed to come out in April. Before pre-pandemic, pre the racial reckoning that we see happening now. I think that it was just important to us that it come out at this time when we had that decision to make whether to wait until later 2021, maybe 2022, or put it out in the theater, or put it out now. And we felt like the message that we kind of hid inside of Antebellum, we wanted that to be something that was out for the public now.
We also think that there's a bigger responsibility and utility that cinema can have beyond entertainment. And at this particular moment, when we are besieged by so many incredibly urgent issues that require our immediate attention, that I think as filmmakers and storytellers, we would be doing a tremendous disservice to how we could further the conversation and catalyze people into action from a dialogue that can happen out of the films that we make. And so the pursuit for us was really important. And I appreciate you talking about our pedigree in social justice and environmental work, because that is what informs so much of our decision-making as filmmakers and storytellers in the stories and in the films that we and television shows that we plan to make in the future. It's not that it will all be on social justice. Our next thing is on the climate crisis, but we are incredibly motivated to make sure that our particular offering within cinema has something really specific to say, because we think that anything otherwise is tantamount to playing the violin on the deck of the Titanic. So it's really crucial that we get engaged and we engage people.
Absolutely. I just hope that, and I know for a fact that the Academy is going to circulate this video, and I just hope that, you know, people really buy into the beginning when I was able to really lean into, as Gerard, you said so beautifully, the pedigree, you know, of your work. I think that's important of the context of a powerful, and some would say, controversial film such as Antebellum, to help understand how two people have the authority to talk about it because of the work that's been done prior to. So our students are here to learn, and students, one thing about this dynamic duel is that they're also are writers, right? And so I kind of just want to go straight to the elephant into the room. You guys are black and white, like literally, literally and figuratively. And you guys have this, like, yeah, surprise, spoiler alert. And you guys have this social construct to you that deals and dives into race. What is that writing room like for you two, as you guys are both tackling these very difficult, uncomfortable, sensitive topics in this day and age, and you guys have to write together? Talk to us about the importance of bringing lived experiences into the writing room, and possibly people who have two different lived experiences into the writing room.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's key. I mean, we've been together for 12 years. We're, you know, partners in life and partners in art. So that has a lot to do with our writing dynamic as well. We do bring very separate ideas to the writing process, and we kind of write alone until the first draft is finished, and then we come together at the same table. You know, Gerard will go and write some of his pages, send them to me, I'll edit them, write some, send back to him, and we'll go back and forth and kind of tell the story to each other until we get a whole draft.
I mean, I would say that, you know, for us on the writing process, solitude for both of us is absolutely paramount. We need that time individually to be able to really focus on these characters and bring them to life. I think, segueing back to your question about the lived experience, me coming from Texas and growing up with an acute understanding of race, and the way that I had a choice growing up to either say, well, I can allow this to dictate what my future will look like, or I can take this experience or these series of experiences and use them as building blocks in the future for the sort of stories that I'd like to tell. I think Christopher having an understanding of being able, especially growing up in Connecticut, and being in rooms and hearing things from white people that I don't have access to, that, you know, they would feel more comfortable in the subtlety of the things that they say, not even knowing him, but just because he's in the room and they think that it's, you know, another white person, they're more comfortable in saying certain things, which I think is what helps us when we're writing something like Antebellum, to lean into the nuance of some of those things, and that understanding of why, because both Christopher and I are obsessed with the metastasizing of a collective psychopathy that can happen in society. And
that's such a good balance.
What's that?
That's such a good balance between Connecticut and Texas. Those are really two different lived experiences that exist in here, so I can see. So, gentlemen, I am going to go to my next guest. And so, Christopher and Gerard, I'm going to kick you off the stage, but you can come back always. You're always welcome to the Mike Muse stage. And to the team that's helping to reinvent horror in a really incredible way. So, coming to the stage, we have up next the producing partner of Jordan Peele and creative director of Monkey Paw, Mr. Ian Cooper. What's happening, Ian?
Hello, how are you, Mike?
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, spoiler alert, that was a guy with the good hair. I told you. I mean, what is up with everybody good hair today? I'm annoyed. Ian Cooper out the gate it looks like it's a fantastic film, but it's made too well. The trailer scares the crap out of me. I want no parts of this, like zero parts of this, and it's Halloween. Not at all, my friend. Talk to us about, let's just get right into it. I'm really fascinated too about your MFA. So I'm going to bring that up into the conversation too at some point, the Master in Fine Arts. I just want to know if you can, because this is about learning. The students who are going to be interested in producing. There's going to be a lot of students who this is why they're here for, is to produce. Some people want to go to school and learn how the art of producing and how to produce. Talk to us about two things. One is the difference between the little P and the big P. And I'm stealing that from Nita Shaw Banjobi, who talked about that on a panel we had here, Chris, something about 2 years ago. So give us a description of what that is and what that means in the film world, because producer can mean so many different things.
Completely.
When it comes to film.
Definitely. I mean, I think of myself as a producer in the sense that I basically bleed out from my director to ensure that the film is everything that it can be and everything they want it to be. For Jordan specifically, I'm his I sort of operate in ways in which he's not able to, only because there's only one of him. So the best thing I think about my dynamic with Jordan is we've known each other for 25 years as best friends, and both as artists and thinkers and collaborators. And he's able to he's empowered me to be able to help realize his vision when he's in that nexus moment of being, especially on set, but all the way from brainstorming process through soft prep, through pre-production, to basically just be a right-hand man and someone who knows exactly the scope of his vision and is able to sort of operate on his behalf and be able to, affect the kind of quality that he wants to be implemented within all the departments. And the exciting thing for me is coming off of Us, and Jordan put me on Candyman, and I was the on-set producer for that film with Nia, and it was so exciting to be able to do that same sort of process, but with someone who I just met the previous year. And it was daunting, actually, to try to become that second set of eyes and hands for someone, and then to learn them and learn their priorities and their ideology, and then be able to internalize that and work for them and towards the best possible film.
So, and what is the difference between executive producer and producer for some who just need a brass tacks example of that?
I mean, executive producer can mean a lot of, well, both can mean a lot of things, but there is people that do an incredible job at sort of overseeing the very genesis of a project, why it even happens at all. There's also executive producers in the sense of financiers, people that monetarily make the project realize. A lot of times line producers have an executive producer credit, which is an interesting one, because I often think of line producers as more like producers, or at least the ones that I've been so lucky to work with. And then, typical producer where you'd have a PGA mark at the end, in your main title sequence, is usually someone who's just there throughout the whole time, on set, in pre-pro, in post, all the way up to the delivery of the DCP, like in the trenches,
Now, I know you have an MFA, a Master in Fine Arts, and you have exhibitions in the permanent collection of the Whitney, to which I'm jealous of you again, because if I would have done it all over again, I would have majored in art history. I fancy myself as an art curator.
Cool.
I would love to have been an art director or a curator. My inspiration and role model is Franklin Sermons, who is now head of the Perez Museum, right?
Awesome.
Like, that's my homie. Like, I love, so now you understand my contribution when it comes to art and MFA. Talk to us a little bit, did you go to school for producing? And then how has a MFA and you being in the artistic world helped serve in this role that you have right now with Monkey Paw Productions?
Great question, Mike. No, and I mean, I should say that unlike some of other people in this role, I came about it in a really circuitous way. And I had been a practicing visual artist for the past 20 years. And before Jordan brought me out to LA to officially become his producing partner, and to be the creative director at Monkey Paw. So I come at this you know, through a side entrance of it, still the sense of producing vis-a-vis art making has like been front and center of my practice for all this time. But it was just sort of it became a translation and in terms of material manifestation from, I made sculpture and actually I spent a lot of time, I would say the weirdest, most interesting thing is I spent a lot of time as a conceptual artist making sculpture, avoiding or sort of sublimating narrative, and in terms of making things be more unpacked in a conceptual sense and less in like oh, this is a storytelling mode. So I would say my biggest adjustment is that, you know.
But no, but that's perfect though, like in terms of unpacking the esoteric pathway. First of all, I love the word fortuitous. I love words. So cheers to you for fortuitous. I need to use that more in a sentence more often.
Good one.
But I love the idea of like unpacking this esoteric, you know, non-structure, because for me, that's what Get Out is, right? That's what Candyman is going to be, right? Like that's what some of the other great productions you guys have already done. First, everyone's loving Nia DaCosta too right now in the chats. But awesome. I think that kind of helps you a perfect partner for that, because talk to me before I bring on my next guest.
Yeah.
Why cultural conversations have been so important to Monkey Paw? Why it's been so important to you and to Jordan, and because I think that MFA art world gives you credence to this. This is, I was talking about the provenance, if you will, Gerard and Christopher.
Completely. No, and interestingly enough, I would even adding one more element to this, Mike, which is that I was a professor at NYU for 12 years before coming to Hollywood. So I think there's like I would say producing is, and even I would say one more thing too, when I was younger, I was an artist assistant and a fabricator. So I worked in other artist studios. I made other artists work either alongside them or straight up subcontracting, fabricating their work. So I would say the intersectionality of art fabrication, being a professor and an administrator at a university, and being a practicing visual artist, all those things basically made the notion of a producer quite easy to slide into. You know, prioritize organization.
Chat room, guest audience, I told you, these panelists are off the chain. And I know Ian Cooper, the students are here to talk to you guys all, and they're going to be sliding into your DMs for internships and sending you resumes. And I'm going to be sliding, not into your DMs, but right here on camera saying, I want to be your intern for like a week. But that's all I asked for. But until then, Ian, I got to kick you off the stage, unfortunately. That's because I have the next amazing panelist coming up. It's not that it gets better, it just gets even more fascinating and more layered and so much more dopeness to unpack. Yo, just another film that just makes me have chills because I'm just a scaredy cat when it comes to these type of films. I can't believe I'm moderating this on Halloween, which is crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, the director, an amazing filmmaker of The Purge, Mr. Gerard McMurray. Come on through, Gerard.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for having me.
How you doing, brother?
Great, man.
I'm so happy to be talking with you, Gerard. As I told you in the green room, audience, this is the hardest working brother in showbiz. He is the most booked brother in showbiz. And as they say on social media, he is booked and busy. This guy has done films across the board for Burning Stands, Fruitvale Station, worked with Blumhouse Productions. But he has directed The Twilight Zone replay. And he has a new film that he's about to be directing, The Silver Bear, with a little unknown actor named Michael B. Jordan. I hope Michael B. Jordan becomes successful one day in his life. And also too, man, I love the fact that you are a Howard University alum, my brother. So are you the real HU or is that Hampton? Which one is it?
Howard. The real, DC,
Yeah. No, that's awesome. Are you from DC, Gerard?
No, I'm from New Orleans, man.
Oh, you're from New Orleans. I don't hear the accent. Did you lose the accent along the way?
Well, I guess. It depends. Who you talking to, it all depends,
I love it. I love it, man. Let's just get to it, man. I just want to talk to you a little bit. There's a lot of students out there in the chats. They've been chatting all day, hitting me up on DMs and the Q&A box as well. And there's a lot of individuals who want to be directors. And before we kind of get into like how you came into becoming a director in that space, I'm curious about the shots and the directorial decisions that it took for The Purge, because for me, The Purge was shot all at night, right? Like in terms of, it's all like evening shots. It's all like dark shots, right? Where even in most horror or scary films, there is a morning, right? There usually tends to be an afternoon or an evening, right? Or a dawn or sunset. Where I feel like The Purge was straight up like sunset to like 6 a.m. Talk to us about the unique challenges as a director, where what skill sets had to come into play for you to be able to direct a film that's entirely set at night?
I would say that the first important thing is, getting your rest when you can, because because you're shooting all night and you're sleeping all day. So it's like you have to get your rest. Have your mind clear, and you got to eat properly. You got to eat properly. You got to take care of your body, because as a director, you're on your feet, and you're in charge of everything. The entire production is rests upon you being healthy. So that's an important thing you have to do to be able to have a clear mind to even make decisions about what shots you're going to choose, and how you're going to convey your visual language in terms of making the movie.
Well, I want to stick there a little bit, because besides this rest, we were here last Saturday. And last Saturday, there's a lot of students who are on the line right now who were there with us last Saturday. And that was our science and our technology panels. And there was a great panel about coloring and lighting and all that kind of cool stuff. Does that skill set need to come into play when you want to shoot a film like this? I think there are a lot of individuals in the chat who want to direct horror films, right? Or who may want to direct films like that. So talk to me a little bit about some of the technical skill sets that you had to ensure you had, or some of the technical things that you will encourage these students to learn about to add, to their portfolio as a well-rounded director.
Yes, definitely. The technical aspect is very important. In making a big film like this, I had a DP. A guy named Tosh, who was really experienced DP. So we collaborated together in terms of like how we set a movie. I definitely wanted this to feel like a big cinematic, a big movie that would play in theaters, which it did. So it had to feel like big and cinematic and colorful at night. So it was particularly when we look back to the film, we got the night. It was all kind of colors that really popped out for the night. That really made it feel like the party feel alive and like you were in it, and colors can change. When you're looking at a film, it can affect your mood and how you feel from scene to scene. So you need to kind of have that aspect of the technical aspect of knowing what shots you want to use, what lenses you want to use, and how you want to really, how you want the movie to feel, big in itself. And I always, say that because when I made my first film from Burning Sands Netflix, I still wanted to feel like a bigger movie than it was supposed to feel. I wanted that big aspect of it. So having the skills to know what shots, know what lenses, know what cameras you want to shoot on is very important. So early on, you just kind of establish that. And I kind of learned that early on when I was when I first started learning film at Howard University. When I first started my aspect of learning about film, I learned on a Bolex camera. So I got those technical skills way early on.
Mm-hmm. So I want to keep going, because what the audience doesn't know, but my audience outside of this audience today, they know that I love interviewing directors more than anybody. You can give me a great A-list actor, love to have him. Have been in conversation with Michael B. Jordan a few times. That's my homie. I love Michael. But I love directors, and because you guys control the shots, right? You guys make the decisions, right? A lot of things kind of end in the beginning with you. What I loved about The Purge is how disciplined you were, Gerard. So one, just salute to you. Salute to your directorial decisions, and salute to how disciplined you were in that film, because there was so much action that was happening. There was a lot of lights that was going on. There's a lot of coloring that was going. That could have went way wrong. You could have done too much, right? Sometimes I hate car chasing scenes, because car chasing scenes, it lasts too long. I don't need a 10-minute car chasing scene. At some point, I'm like, I get it. The cars are going fast. There's only so much a car can jump over another car and tumble and all the things, right? Talk to us about the importance of editing your decisions, right? And knowing when to rein it in, right? I'm sure it's a feeling, but is there any advice or tip you can give to the students who, I'm sure in their first films, they're going to go all out, right? They want to do all the things, right? To show all their abilities. Talk to us a bit about that discipline you need to rein it in, to make sure that the message or the story they're trying to tell is very concise, right? Clearly a good editor is needed, but talk to me a little bit about that.
So I definitely say when I'm making a film, I'm kind of edited a little bit in my head already. So I like, you know, as I'm, you know, shot listing, you know, making like, for instance, the action scene or whatever, I'm thinking about how to edit in my head, how it's going to cut together, how it's going to shoot together. So, you know, having that skill, and also I'm communicating with my editor, because at the same time while I was making The Purge, we were editing as we were going. So I was constantly communication with my editor daily, as you know, and he was telling me, hey, how about you might need another shot to match this particular cut. So we, you know, so some stuff, you know, he might need it, you know, I might think I didn't need it in terms, because it's in my head, but you know, when the editor's actually putting it together, he might say, hold up, you might need give me another piece of that. Can you go and shoot this? So it's like, it's definitely a collaborative process of, you know, definitely having your vision, but like your vision, you know, you have to communicate that to your editor, you know, so you get you know, one story in line together. So like usually it's constant communication between you and your editor is your key creative partner, you know, in terms of like really putting the film together, because you know you there shooting it, but he's putting the pieces together for you.
I actually hear you. New Orleans accent coming out now a little bit, right? Like I'm a fan of that accent, by the way, right? Like I love you're the New Orleans baby. I love all that stuff, right? So I hear it. But Gerard, and to the audience that's listening, Gerard, what we're doing in the audience, what we're doing is what I want to do is we want to create like an anatomy of a film, like building a film, right? Speaking of like New Orleans, there's a rapper, and it's probably a wrong rapper to use now during this time period, but Lil Wayne, he has this song called, you know, Let the Beat Build. And then, you know, he lets it build in terms of the production, the lyrics, and the tempo changes and the whole nine. And we wanted to let the film creation build, right? So we started out with Gerard and Christopher with the writing, right? They're producers and directors too, but at its core, there's a writing. So making a film, the anatomy of film starts with a script, right? And then from there, we brought in Cooper, Gerard, and, you know, that's a producer, right? So it's kind of, now you have the script, you have the producer to try and kind of, this how we're going to make this work, right? And then at that point, you hire a director, right? Of course, things ebb and flow, obviously, but let's just kind of go along with this narrative, Gerard, this linear example. So then a director comes into play, because you just talked about the collaborative nature of an editor. Talk to us about the collaborative nature of a director when he comes onto a film to direct a script, if he didn't bring it to the table, right? Mm-hmm. How collaborative he needs to be with, or she, or I should say they, how right. They need to be collaborative with the producer and the writer prior to coming on board.
Yes, they definitely need to be collaborative, but they also want you to have your own vision, because that's why they want you to be part of the film. You know, they want you to make your, like when I came on Purge, whatever, you know, Jason Blum and Sebastian and James Martin, they wanted to make my version. You know, they knew what I was, my version of it. So definitely collaborative, but and also collaborative with the studio. Like you got to be collaborative with Universal, whatever studio you're making your movie for. So it was for me, it was a good process, because I mean, I know I wanted to make, I was clear on my vision, and like, so and I think that's, if you're clear on your vision with everybody, and we singing the same song, you shouldn't have a problem. If that makes sense, you know what I mean? So like, I think
it makes total sense, brother.
We was all singing the same thing, and shout out to Blum. He was really the one. He knew I was the one to make this particular first Purge, and I had a vision for it. And it was, for me, it was all, you know, what I wanted in my next film. You know, it had the horror element, had action of it, and, you know, a New Jack City element that I liked. You know, so it had a lot of things wrapped into it for me. So, you know, so that I was clear on my vision, and it was in line with that. They was in line with that vision, and so the clarity process was smoothly, you know, for me. I'm
about to flex for Gerard a little bit. He's super humble, and I love that. Not only did the vision and collaboration, everything work, but The Purge ended up becoming the most commercially successful film in the franchise that Mr. Gerard McMurray actually directed. So props to you, my brother from New Orleans. Gerard, I got to kick you off the stage now, brother. I need to. But we're bringing you back, though. You are coming back. That's a fact, and all the rest of the guests are. Yeah, I got you, man. And audience, I got you. I see you in the chat, the pronouns. Pronouns is key. Representation is key. That's why I had to check my own self. And as Gerard was saying, I had to make sure I edit. So thank y'all for catching that. That's important for me to be sensitive to that, and particularly in this day and age. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage now is the dynamic casting director, Terry Taylor. What's happening, Terry?
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Good. I'm so happy to have you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Terry Taylor has, at first I feel like you just need to keep saying Terry Taylor, right? The alliteration of the two T's.
Well, you know what that's like, Mike Muse.
Yay! You got it. I've been Mike Muse my whole life. No one just says Mike. They always say Mike Muse. Did you always get Terry Taylor, or they just ever say Terry?
Terry Taylor, and now it's become TT, and Gerard McMurray could speak to that, so could Ian Cooper.
Terry Taylor is a fantastic casting director. She has casted movies from Get Out, clearly with Jordan Peele. She has also casted Us with Jordan Peele. She has also casted Crazy Rich Asians. Shout out to the Crazy Rich Asians family. Like, I love that movie. I love that entire cast, by the way. And now she is head of casting for Blumhouse Productions. She's done it all. So Terry Taylor, I hope I got all your titles right. I hope I didn't leave anything out. Clearly some other things, but I think, did I get the gist of it, Terry Taylor?
Yes, you did. Yep, you covered it all.
All right, good. So Taylor, if you've noticed, we are building the film, the anatomy of the film, the making of the film, right? And so in the linear, granted, everything ebbs and flows, right? But trying to make it linear for our students today. So we have the writer who writes, right? And then they connect and build with the producer. Then from the producer, they attach a director. And then at some point you come along. So you can check me and let me know, like, what point would you normally come along? And if I kind of made the assumptions right for conversation purposes, at what point do you come along when it's time to start thinking about the casting of this film?
My situation is a little unique because I am an executive at Blumhouse at the same time as I am a casting director, but I will approach the question as a freelance casting director. So once the screenplay has been written, the director is hired, the movie's been greenlit, and they are crewing up and looking for their key department heads, which is your director of photography, your costume designer, your production designer, your editor, your casting director, music, obviously your producers. Then I am engaged once I meet with the producer and the director, and I'm engaged, and then I can use, obviously Jordan Peele as an example, or even Gerard McMurray, because I did cast The First Purge with Gerard as well. That's when I'm brought into the process. I read the screenplay and I meet with the filmmaker, and we discuss the filmmaker's vision for the movie or the television series, and we discuss specific actors, we talk stereotypes, we talk conceptually, and we start the process. And sometimes it's a list, and we're talking about actors that no longer have to audition because they've built a resume that's long and deep, and we build a list and we check their availability, and simultaneously we enter into the audition space where we bring actors in, and we have isolated scenes from the screenplay, and we audition actors, many throughout a day, and we start to narrow the field down with those that we love and can see kind of filling these shoes and bringing these characters to life.
So I have a question. I've always been curious about this with casting directors, because look, everything can make or break a film, right? The writing can make or break a film. The actors can make or break a film. The editor can make or break a film. The director, everybody that's close to the film can make or break a film. I'm always curious though about the casting director, right? Because I feel like you guys are one of the most important people on the film, but you're also two of the most unknown individuals within the film space. And it's very esoteric over there, kind of thing. On opening night, forget preview, forget like screeners for people like me, right? Forget that, right? When it gets released to masses, right, into the audiences, are you nervous? Like, what's on your mind as a casting director, right? Do you feel like, what part of your work do you feel is on display and is being critiqued and judged?
I don't feel nervous. I feel excited most times out of the gate. I feel excited. I am rooting for my filmmakers, my team, as you talked about with Gerard and all of the panelists. The collaborative, film is a collaborative medium, and so I'm rooting for all of us. It's a collective, positive energy that it's going to succeed, that audiences are going to connect with it, and by succeed, I don't mean just succeed at the box office. I mean, critically, it's written about in a way that people really appreciate the craft and the craftsmanship on the film. And then I'm protective of my actors. We work really hard to make sure that we assemble
actors that work together and collectively tell the story, and that they achieve all the goals that they set for themselves, and that that were set by the screenplay and the filmmaker. And I'm proud. I'm more times than not, I'm really proud of the work that they do, and that they work together, whether it's constructing a family and they have a physical resemblance, but they also kind of vibe together as like a real family. And as an audience member, you think they actually are.
Yeah, well, I probably said it wrong, right? Not that you're nervous, right? You're a professional, like, you've done this. I don't think you're nervous, like that aspect of opening night. What I was getting to was, I guess what I was trying to get to was the moment you just talked about, right? Yeah. Protecting your actors, right? And making sure they're good. A lot of individuals who are students in this chat don't understand casting directors, right? And I know a lot of them maybe want to do casting directors. So if you can talk to me then, protecting your actors then on the job, what is the role of a casting director, either before production begins, maybe in rehearsals, right? Maybe when the actor steps on to shoot their first scene, their first day on shoot, their first day on location. Like, is there a role that the casting director plays in that time period? And if so, what is that role, and how does a casting director protect their actors? Granted, you're executive vice president, you're not a freelance casting director, but some may not be able to go from USC straight to become executive vice president. Right. So if you can talk to us from that level.
Right. My role actually really is not great once the film starts shooting. We kind of hand off, our actors that we've assembled. I call them our actors, I'm very possessive, but we hand off the actors to the filmmakers, and they go off and they make the movie. I mean, the only time I'm really needed is if something's going wrong on the set. So you don't really want to get that call, from set that something's not working. And thankfully that has not happened to me a lot. I think leading up to shooting, that is, pre-production is all about the casting process. And that's when, I love it because I actually get the filmmaker to myself for a really significant amount of time before they are being pulled in a number of different directions by other department heads. So the process to me is personal and specific, and we get to take our time as we get to talk about actors and meet actors and audition actors, and really make sure that we're assembling a cast that works together and can get the job done.
Someone just said something in the chat, and I'm going to actually pick up. You didn't ask it in the Q&A, and you asked it in the chat. I believe it was Lindia. It kind of went off my screen really quickly. I think it's Lindia. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. They just said casting is an art. I have a feeling that rings true. If that is true, talk to me about how then does one acquire skill sets to become a casting director? Like, does one go to film school to become a casting director? For me, I think casting is about like a lot of psychology. I've talked to some other casting directors before. Psychology and sociology, has come up with some of the other casting directors that I've sat with before. Talk to me from your perspective, your POV. What do you think?
I don't think that there are many universities or colleges that offer, casting as a major. Maybe they offer, I think more and more are offering classes in how to do the job, but it's really like an apprenticeship. And that's how I look at my own experience as an apprenticeship. Someone took a chance on me and hired me as an intern, and I moved through my career from that point. I went from being a casting intern on the movie Malice, that Tobin Bell is a cast member in that film. That was my very first film. And after that, I went to work for David Rubin, the current president of the Academy, who is a casting director, and his associate, Debbie Zane, became my mentor. Not long after I was David and Debbie's casting assistant, I went to work with Debbie, and we worked together for 8 years. I was her casting assistant, then her associate. And that jump essentially means you start to get more creatively invested in the process, start to participate more in auditions and coming up with ideas. And where do you get those ideas? By becoming a student of what's being produced, television, film, theater, and you watch a lot of things, and you go to see a lot of theater, and you make note of actors that you are in awe of, like Michael B. Jordan or, Betty Gabriel, like that is, and then what you do. And then eventually you're ready to kind of branch out on your own and become a casting director. Oftentimes you share that first credit with a more seasoned, more experienced casting director. And then you hopefully keep working.
I love it. I love to talk about industries. Let's just take casting directors off from the side. I always tell people, I believe the reason why I got to the place I'm at, I'm always a student of my craft. I'm constantly learning. I never rest on my laurels. And I always tell individuals to make sure whatever industry you're in, whether you're in finance, whether you're in law, right? Like never rest on your laurels, always be a student of your industry and of your craft. What advice would you give to students who may get their first casting job, maybe their second casting job, but then around that third casting job, how does one become a student of the casting industry? Like how do they keep creating and getting and sharpening their skills and their craft in that space?
I think I've as I just mentioned, it's more about what you watch and what you consume and paying attention, perhaps, or taking note of like what casting directors are casting which projects. To know that Sarah Finn, casts all the Marvel movies. To know the great work that Ellen Lewis is doing and where they came from, where they started. That she casts all of Martin Scorsese's films. I mean, to become a student of those that came before us is a great way to learn. And to just make a mental note. I often tell that to young students when they want to break into it. If you're going to write if you're just going to write a letter to try and appeal to somebody that you'd like to intern for or work for, make sure you know that person's body of work and what they've done, and you're able to speak to it. I'm writing to you because I actually love the cast that you assembled for Get Out or for Us, and they seemed like a real family, and you did, they played 2 different parts. It was incredible. How did you know they could do it? Not that they should write a very long letter, but if you can write a short letter that includes very specific information, I think it goes a long way, and it will help them become better casting professionals.
I love it, Terry Taylor. The chat box is going crazy right now, and I'm watching you guys. I love that you guys are finding these conversations fascinating. I am a professional. I love to curate conversations. I can kind of read the room and understand the temperature. And I knew that we were hitting on something really interesting with you, Terry Taylor, because we just don't talk about casting directors a lot in terms of like the understanding and the makeup, and the breakdown. And it's proven in the chats that I'm doing it right with the timing too as well. So thank you, Terry Taylor, for that one. I'm going to have to kick you off the stage, but I'm bringing you back. The man who doesn't need any introduction, by the way, that chat was going, Mr. Tobin Bell. What's up, Tobin?
Here we go.
I got you. Tobin, you are the fan favorite, buddy. Like, I challenge the audience. I said, I'm not going to let you know what is happening, who is coming on next. I want you to guess. And within 2.5 seconds, I had to take notes, Tobin. Angelica got it first. Angelica, if I had a prize, I would give it to you, followed by Amber. 2.5 seconds, they knew it was you, Tobin. Like, they love you, Tobin Bell. What does it feel like to get so much love on Halloween for an incredible scary movie such as Saw?
Well, to be, to have a chance to develop, I think it's a testament to the popularity of the Saw films, and to be able to do 8 of those so far, and develop a character like John Kramer has been a marvelous experience for me, because I've been working with some great people, and it's been a real team. And between the bunch of us, we've been able to layer the films in a way that has made them more interesting.
I love it. Well, I hope you're feeling the love today, Tobin, in the chat rooms. They are going crazy for you. So I think we're going to have this recording. We're going to say the chats. I definitely want you. I'm a big believer, Tobin, in that narrative of make sure you give people their flowers, right? To understand just how great they are. Yeah. You have had a huge impact on people, and in particular on a day like today. I'm also too nosy. I see a guitar case in the background. I'm curious about that. But if we have time, that's more for an offline conversation. We'll go there. Okay. But Tobin, I have a question for you. And this is my own curiosity, because the audience has known up to this point, I'm a scaredy cat when it comes to horror films, right? So how do you feel about getting into character like that? Like how do you mentally go there, right? To play that type of character? Walk us through that process, because there's a lot of people out there who want to be actors. Not everyone wants to be a writer or a casting director, a producer, right? A lot of individuals that are listening want to be an actor. So talk to us a little bit about what it takes to get into that type of character.
I do the same thing for John Kramer as I do with any other character that I play. he has lots of parts to him. He's a mechanical engineer by background. He's a very technical thinker, very specific, and so am I. And I ask myself the same questions, whether I'm playing a cowboy or an astronaut or a priest or John Kramer. And I have to know the answers to those questions. Otherwise, I'm I'm acting at, and I can't create any sense of reality. And those questions are very specific. They're who am I, where am I, what do I want, when do I want it, and how am I going to get it?
You kind of made me pause a little bit. Go ahead. No, go.
By the way, Mike, when you ask yourself those questions, like who am I, where am I, for example, where am I? I'm in Indianapolis, Indiana. That's the first question. It's an inverse triangle. The first answer to the first question becomes two questions. Those two become four, four become eight, eight become 16, 16 becomes 32, and it goes on like that. And you never have answered all the questions about a character. Even once the camera rolls, you're not done, but you hope that you've answered enough questions so that you feel full enough to be able to play this guy convincingly.
I mean, I'm normally at a loss for words. I always have an immediate comeback. You kind of knocked me back a little bit, so I wasn't expecting you to go there. And that was a wonderful answer because, Tobin, we're coming off, as I said earlier, the science and tech conversation we had last week. I'm in industrial engineering by degree, right? I did nuclear chemical research for 4 years. And so I've always talked about the transferable skill sets of engineering. It's critical analysis, it's critical thinking, it's problem solving, it's being solution oriented. And for me, those are the exact same skill sets that you bring in your approach to your roles when it comes to acting, in terms of when you play John Kramer to when you play all your other roles. And I wasn't thinking about that STEM oriented critical analysis and the fact that you ask yourself the questions to find the answers just blew me away from this very scientific, analytical perspective, because, you know, there is that conversation between STEM and STEAM, right? Do you put the A in STEM, right? Does it become STEAM, right? And the fact that you are approaching it from that perspective, and even from a series of if-then loop statements, like you said, 2 questions become 4, becomes 8, becomes 16, becomes 36. So I'm thinking about that too as well. And in the engineering world, we call those if-then statements when it comes to programming, right? Or decision trees. And so your character can make so many different types of decisions. So the fact that you're willing to go there and dive into that, no wonder you're so brilliant when it comes to the screen, because you're already prepared.
Well, it would hurt me too much to play someone who I didn't know where they were coming from, and I didn't know what they mean. He says things, and it can mean this, it could mean that, it could mean a number of different things. For example, Mike, you know exactly what you've done since you got up this morning to now. You know exactly what happened. If I have to play a role of a guy who's saying things, but he doesn't really know the specifics of what he means by what he says, because he has not filled all of that in. That's just the way I work. There's a lot of ways to work. This isn't the only way to work, but for me, so that I feel grounded and not false, I need to know the answers to all the questions. What does he mean by what he says? And how did he arrive at that?
I love that. First of all, everyone's loving you in Mississippi Burning 2 in your character. And audience, A means art. So science, technology, engineering, math is STEM. You add the A, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. So it's a debate between STEM versus STEAM. So I want to kind of lean into that just a little bit more, because you're kind of picking up, well, yeah, you're picking up where I left off with Gerard McMurray, the director, when it comes down to editing, right? And like knowing when to stop, when to cut off the car chase, right? Or when to stop adding so many lights to it, right? So when, as an actor, do you say, I have enough of the answers of who this character is, right? Like, when do you stop? When does the character become defined for you?
It doesn't. The camera is already rolling, and you don't have all the answers to the questions, because unlike you, Mike, who has a computer You're in your brain and in your body. You have a computer, and that computer records everything that happens to you in your life. If I have to create that for John Kramer's life, that I can't create every single day all the way back for months and months and months. I can only create as much as I can, and hopefully that will be enough to make me feel full. And when I start thinking about connecting with my partner, learning my lines, serving the director's needs, serving the director of photography's need, and the sound guy comes over to me and he says, don't tap on the table while you're talking. You're serving multiple different masters at the same time. So I never have all the answers. Hopefully they're enough so that when you're watching what you're watching, it rings true.
Tobin, it's a good thing that we are doing this virtually, because if we were in the theater at the Academy, I would stand over and shake you with excitement, because it's like I am literally obsessed with you. And I see Juliana, you're rocking with me with this too. This is so interesting because, Tobin, I don't know what's happening, but you're tapping into everything that interests me and fascinates me, and that is me. So I love AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and big data. And so there's this narrative out there that sometimes a computer or machine learning never stops learning, right? The machine is always learning on top of the data that you put into it. It's always learning itself. So the fact that you're saying that your character never stops, I mean, yes. I mean, that's only true, but then also true for those who may not be into AI like I am. I'm a geek at heart, right? Like, that's how people should live, right? As human beings, we should never stop learning. Right? We should never stop being curious about ourselves. We should never stop being curious about the world. I mean, I didn't get a chance to talk to Terry Taylor about it, but for me, casting director is just about being curious about people, right? Being curious about the study of people, the actions of people, the movements of people. That's why I think Meryl Streep is so great, Tobin Bell. The way she can just, the role that she did in The Post, to me, one of her most powerful scenes is when she simply just took off her eyeglasses, right, and put it on the table, right? This, the art of that alone was just so powerful, right? But that's just being in tune with human and the human condition. Tobin, I'm obsessed. Sorry.
I want to just make this one point to the students out there that I did 53 different part-time jobs in the 22 years it took me before Alan Parker hired me to do Mississippi Burning. 53 different part-time jobs. So don't abuse yourself over the what you might consider menial jobs that you do. You need to know how to sweep a floor. You need to know how to load a truck. You're going to play a human being. You need to know what a woman who's been cleaning. That's why I lived in New York for 39 years. Watch people. Watch human beings. I used to sit on the subway and I would see a woman who had been cleaning an office building all night long and how exhausted she was. And I'd sit on the subway and I'd watch her. And that's fatigue. And you can be tired for a multiplicity of reasons. You can be tired because your girlfriend is beating you up, or you can be tired because you've been working real hard. And don't, as long as you stay in the game, keep doing those jobs that are bugging you that you're doing. As long as they're keeping you in the game, then they're your best friend.
So everyone come back on, turn on your videos, let me see your energy. I think I want to pick up where Tobin has left off. Ian, I want to come to you. You have an MFA, right? Like, you're an artist. Talk to us about energy, right? And when an actor is on set and the energy that they're bringing, like, talk to us about that. Like, talk about the importance of energy.
For sure. I mean, Tobin, what you were saying was so rings true for me, first of all. And I feel like one of the kind of short-sighted things you can do as an artist or a maker is to not pay attention or not have the sets of experiences that will amalgamate into something that resembles reality or real life or groundedness. And I think, and having had a similar trajectory as you're saying of doing many different things before being in this position where I'm like filmmaking and sort of collapsing a lot of those observations and understandings of the way the world works and material works and all those things. I feel like I can't imagine having done it younger, because I feel like I wouldn't know all of those things, and it would be doing a disservice to the thing that I'm trying to accomplish, But in terms of energy, it's funny, I was thinking about this also because one of the things that Jordan does on set that's pretty amazing is that when the energy is really flowing, I can tell because I'm sitting with him and I can feel it in the air and the crew can all feel it. But Jordan does this thing where he starts walking on the tips of his toes around the set. And it's like the absence of the balls of his feet hitting the ground. I know he's in this zone and I know things are clicking and working. Another thing that is kind of amazing in terms of this acknowledgement of energy is when things are also really cracking and we're behind the monitors, sometimes he'll scream cinema, cinema, cinema over and over again out into the ether because he feels like the thing that he's trying to accomplish is actually connecting and resonating. And one of the things that's amazing about bearing witness to that and being present for that is that there's this call and response energy that is like infectious in the way he approaches harnessing other people's talent, whether it's like even just like the first AD or the on-set dresser, all that stuff happens and it's like he's lit up and he's responding back to that energy and it just electrifies the room. It's wild.
I love that. Yeah, thank you so much. I can only imagine what that's like. Cinema, 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 right? Because I think that makes a big difference in terms of the output you're going to get. So I'm taking it to, and now I want to include our audience and the question and answers before I just hog up all the time here. I want to make sure this is an inclusive space. So Ashley, I see your question, Ashley Bueller. I hope I'm saying your name right. Is it like Ferris Bueller? Because that is the coolest thing. Buehler. Ashley wants to know, and Gerard McMurray, I'm only coming to you for this one. And it kind of coming off what Ian is saying. What is the biggest difference you have witnessed between big studio versus independent filmmaking? And I want to bring that in when it comes to culture, right? Because you have got your start with Fruitvale Station, right? So you're going from Fruitvale to the most commercially successful The Purge. You're about to do something with the king of all Hollywood, Michael B. Jordan. So you've seen the evolutions of independent versus big budget, big studio. Talk to us about how culture changes within that space.
I would say that it's a different. You can feel the difference maybe in a financial way, but I think the spirit of making something is still there. At least the projects I've been on, from Fruitvale to Burning Sands, and even the Purge. You know what I mean? Like I can definitely feel. You can feel what money feels like. To be honest, versus no money, and that's just plain and simple. To be honest, I know what it's like to make. I know what it's like to make a. Made Fruitvale for like 900,000. You know what I mean? I made a Burning Sands for like under $1 million. I know. Made the Purge for a certain budget. So I know. So it's a feeling, really. But I think the spirit of like, as a director, as a filmmaker, you still have to make the movie and have a certain amount of days, no matter how much money you have. So that doesn't really make a difference, and your vision has to stay the same. So I think that's important. So you might, just maybe with more money, there's more cooks in the kitchen, which is, you know what I mean? And which is fine, because there's more money on the line. So I get it, but like, maybe with a smaller thing, it might not be that many, because maybe less is at risk or whatever, So, but I feel like every project I had, we had always a lot of people involved, which is fine, because as filmmakers, it's collaborative. It's a lot of people involved. It's just how it is,
It is. All right, so I want to now combine two questions, and this is going to go to you, Gerard Bush and Christopher Rentz. This is coming from, I'm combining the two between CC Manning and Addison Belham. For people who want to make stories, movies, or shows about racism and slavery, how can we communicate this time in history to a younger audience, preteens to younger adults, 15 to 18 plus? And then how do you put your own spin on it?
I mean, look, I don't even know if we could do justice to answering that question, because slavery, on the face of it, is such an atrocity and stain on America's history. And in order to really create an accurate depiction of what that was, then it would be really difficult to separate it from, the violence and the horror that actually was American slavery. And so I think that, when you're talking about a younger audience, that would be a really sort of challenging experience to do that. However, I think that if you really can find some source material that can help you present it in such a way that is not necessarily as brutal, but still conveys the fact of the history, or the facts of the history, would be the best way to go. I mean, for us, we had to do a rated R film because we were determined to make sure that we actually were reflecting the horror of what was American slavery, and how so much of that still rears its ugly head in every crevice and corner of this country today.
Because so much of the history is being erased, because you know, our movie is rated R, and yes, people can be triggered by it, but that R rating is the trigger warning. I mean, people need to understand and be educated on what happened. I mean, you see these books, these school books in Texas referring to slaves as workers who came from Africa. I mean, there's a narrative out there that's being pushed that's trying to erase history. And I think it's important, as you said, to tell these stories and not be afraid of it and afraid of the reaction.
I couldn't agree more. You can't let up, right? Like you can't get comfortable in this space, right? There's always something new to uncover, and there's always a reminder that's needed. Terry Taylor, I want to bring you into this because I think I'm going to segue the conversation we're having right now, coming off of Christopher and Gerard, tie in the question that Kirk E is asking, and then I'm going to add an addendum to that. Kirk E says, during the casting process, are casting directors more skeptical of an actor that has had little to no experience in the industry? Like, do they have a lower chance of getting the part than, say, an experienced industry-wise actor? And in particular, when it comes to like a meaty, heavy historical role such as that.
I'm not skeptical. I'm always optimistic and rooting for actors who are just starting out or have a very long resume. I think that anyone can come into a room and have a complete understanding of the character and really, tackle it and deliver a great audition. Sometimes an actor is not ready for a very large role that's a lead, but they can come into the audition space and certainly make an impression on the casting director and the filmmaker if they're in the room as well.
And Angelica, I want to make sure I came to her because she was the first one, Tobin, who got you within the first 2.5 seconds before I think even came to the screen. It's like, Tobin Bell. She wants to know, and I think this is such an interesting question. And I can't wait to hear your answer. Do you think John Kramer ever feels like he's the bad guy? And then do you feel like he's the bad guy?
No, I mean, if you ask me if I would do what he does, that's another question. But from the beginning of my training in New York, with Sanford Meisner, with Lee Strasberg, with Ellen Burstyn, I was always encouraged. The script will take me where it's going to take me. The events will happen as the script plays out. The things I have to do will happen as the script plays out. How I do them is something else. They don't hire me just to execute those things. They hire me, I believe, to bring some sense of humanity, some sense of complexity, a layering to this human being. And one of the reasons why the Saw films, I think, were as successful as they were, was because working with the writers and the directors and the producers, I was able to bring in, and with some of the concepts that James Wan and Lee brought into the first one, I was able to layer the films. I think all of this, whether the film has a political bent, it comes down to good writing. And if the writing's not good, it doesn't matter what your point is. You have to have good writing, good dramatic writing, surprising writing, writing that you haven't seen before. So in answer to your question, I simply do the best that I can to go the opposite way without taking away, obviously Saw is a horror film. I mean, it's got scares. It's got the audience needs to be scared. They want to have twists and turns and surprises. But my job is to fill John Kramer out and to find out who he is, and to say, oh, if the audience for 1 minute, make that 30 seconds, make it 5 seconds, says, oh, I get where he's coming from. Doesn't mean you agree with it, but you get where he's coming from. Look at Tommy Lee Jones in a film called Executioner's Song. He plays Gary Gilmore, who's a killer, but you understand where Gary Gilmore comes from. And that's, you know, the audience, they know things, and you want to touch on things that they know, and they say, oh, I recognize that. I have felt that. I wouldn't do what he does. Okay, so that's basically, I go the opposite way. That's the short answer to your question.
I love it. I have about 3 minutes remaining and 1,000 Q&A questions. So I'm gonna try and do a lightning round. If you guys can just give me, like, it's gonna be difficult, I know, but try your best to give me a 30-second response, because I wanna make sure everyone in this portion has had the chance to equally get asked 2 questions. So Gerard McMurray, I'm coming to you. This question comes from Haley Riker here in New York City. What up, Haley? She says, what are some directing techniques that you use to create more suspense in each scene?
Techniques, I would say, I would definitely try to keep the set, you know, feel like it's a real, like it's really scary, particularly with The Purge, like we did with you know, we use the mask, which is a big thing part of The Purge. So we keep the sets really quiet and like feel like you're really in the horror settings for real. So the techniques is try to keep the setting organic and real as possible. So like you feel, you know, when it's natural. So we're shooting the scenes, it feels natural to the actors as they're performing the scene. So I try to keep it really grounded and real. So like you feel like you walking into a scary movie, like we still the Purge, you know, and stuff at night. You had to feel like you were in the thing. So creating an environment. So that's again, that's collaboration with the production designer and the other artists to make the set feel real and honest. So like the actors can really perform at the highest level.
Thank you so much, Gerard. Ian, I'm going to come to you, and this is going to be a combination between James Volente and Ada Lynch. They're basically asking the same type of questions. How do you balance kind of culture to what Gerard was talking about? How do you balance politics and tell a good story? And also how do you maintain the mental health of yourself and the crew when creating a horror movie? So how do you create, to bring those together, how do you create balance when you have difficult subjects that you're telling? How do you create that safe space as a producer?
That's an amazing question, and something that we talk about a lot, because it's at Monkey Paw in general, because a lot of what we're doing has this tackling material and subject matter and cyclical natures of violence in the real world, and then pushing it through this filter that has these branches off into like fun or mischief and things that you wouldn't necessarily fold back into the subject matter that a lot of the films are rooted around. So on Candyman, there's, I mean, I'm sure you can glean from the trailer. It's the subject matter is super challenging, and I feel really sympathetic to what Gerard and Chris were talking about in terms of like the timing of their film, and feeling like, oh my God, this film is sort of becoming both, I would say both Antebellum and Candyman are these films of this moment that couldn't be released in this moment, and this really bizarre feeling of that. But I would say to your question, I think the key thing for us is always communication and clarity of communication. So on set, Nia led this really consistent energy of we were doing a thing that mattered, had meaning, but would also be challenging, and that we were all sort of like connected to this, to putting forward this project in a way that was meaningful, and that everyone contributed to it in a way that made it, you know, an important film, you know.
So I think everyone has gone twice except for Terry Taylor and Christopher and Gerard. So the final two, Terry, I think I can combine both of these. I think they made the yes or no answers up to you. They want to know is it important for casting directors to have relationships with agents and managers? And then someone asked, should they get their start in the theater for casting?
Yes, it's very important to have good relationships with agents and managers. We all are, it's a collaborative medium, and they are a big part of our job. It's a big part of my job. I'm sure that maybe everyone on this panel has there's some sort of representation that looks out for them. So yes, the answer to that is yes. Good to have good relationships and to be able to call them up and have them take your call and to have a good working relationship. And I think that theater, whether you start in theater or in television or in student short films, I don't think that the training is vastly different. It's the talent. You can learn the ropes wherever you start, theater, television, film. If you're talking about a casting professional, a lot of actors choose to start in the theater to gain a lot of foundation in their craft, and then segue into television and film.
So the last question comes to you, Christopher and Gerard. I want to make sure I get a good one. I just realized the person I was going to ask has already asked that question, has already asked one question already. So I want to be fair to those in the chat too as well for the last one. This is from Robert Patricio Kalish. They want to know, Christopher and Gerard, I thought it was kind of be good for you guys. What are you looking for most in an independent film? So I think there's a lot, clearly all the students here, Gerard and Christopher, by default are independent filmmakers, independent producers, independent all the things. As you guys are producers, maybe wanting to possibly work with them, they probably want to send to you their scripts one day, all that kind of good stuff. What are you guys looking for in an independent film within the story? Is it the personality of the story? Is it the screenplay? Is it the craftsmanship? And we can close with that.
I mean, for us, we write everything that we direct. That's pretty much the way that it's been for us so far. However, we're really excited in the not so distant future to champion burgeoning, up and coming talent. And I think for us, it's always going to be about a really incredible script, starting there. And it doesn't matter. I think that some of the greatest stories can come from any place. It's really about understanding when you read something that there's a really strong and clear vision in terms of what the filmmaker is trying to say. For us, yes, we do a lot of really politically sort of motivated work, and we're concerned about a lot of things. But at the same time, we also love movies and we love to be entertained. So I think that if you find a great story, I mean, one of my favorite films of all time is Ordinary People, and has nothing to do with it's not like these big crazy turns. It's just that it's just an incredible story about a family and surviving grief, and the writing is extraordinary, and the filmmaking was extraordinary. I think Robert Redford directed that film, and for us it's just about a great vision and great writing and being excited about what that particular filmmaker has to say, and in any way that we could lend our support. We're obviously not yet in a position of a Monkey Paw or one of these, big production companies that have been at it for a while, but we hope to get there. And when we do, we would definitely, we will champion young and upcoming talent.
I love it. Tobin Bell, Terry Taylor, Ian Cooper, Christopher Rent, Gerard Bush, Gerard McMurray, thank you so much for being brilliant individuals. Thank you for your gift of artistry. Thank you for entertaining us all these years. Thank you for helping to entertain us all these years. Thank you for bringing your authentic selves to this conversation today. Thank you for not being afraid to tell stories and to cast people who need to be cast for representation. Representation matters more than ever, in particular this time period. And thank you, Gerard, for the gift of editing. You know when to cut. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much for your time. This has been an amazing Halloween special of the Careers in Film Summit. And of course, I could not have done this without the entire team of the Academy. But the person I'm going to bring on to thank all those who have been included is my partner in service, Bettina Fisher.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Mike. So Mike, thank you. Thank you so much for hosting and for moderating today. I'd also like to thank all of our wonderful panelists, our other moderators, Randy Haberkamp and Audrey Cleo Yap, the staff, studios, and distributors for making this program possible. It truly takes a village. And a special thanks to the James Irvine Foundation for their generous support, and to all of you for joining us today. So that's a wrap. 2020 is in the can. Don't forget to vote, be safe, and enjoy the rest of your Halloween weekend. Bye, everyone.